Hello, there we go. Background noise is being picked up. That's not where we want audio coming from. Not like that. Display capture. Damn. Oh, no. Am I visible? No. Not leaking anything interesting. Well, if I was, it's gone now. Oh, hey. You can do this. You can do this. This should work. Ooh! How is that happening? Oh, there we go. Do you have your own audio? God, you really should. Don't really need this. How do I want to be rid of this? Yeah, go over there. Let's get some audio out of you. That's not how we want the audio captured. Call me old-fashioned, but I'm pretty sure that should capture audio. Are they going to be separate channels? New channel. noises of SNES. Well, yeah. As long as you can do it good. No, damn it. I mean, that's not technically the worst idea. Oh, damn, look at that. Now what if... Oh, awesome. That game audio is rippingly loud, isn't it? Much louder than little old me. Sweet. Some ambient rain noise for your stream. Okay, let's go. Oh god. Noise. Okay. Oh, fuck. Larger, grow larger. Large. Larger. Yay. Go. No. Okay. Talking, talking, talking. Okay, here's the fun part. Up. Oh, what am I crouching? Up, 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 up. I promise that's very helpful. That's not remotely close. Up, up, up. I forget what I'm doing here. Up, up, up. That's not bad at all. Oh my gosh. Okay, just testing. Jump, jump, shoot, shoot, no. Jump, shoot, no, jump, shoot, jump, shoot, jump. Shoot, 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 shoot. Wow, that's like perfectly synced. Oh, I guess probably because there's no Elgato to ruin everything. What am I gonna watch chat on? Hello. Hello. Nobody's here. This is really different for me because all of my YouTube stuff was during like deep lockdown, so everybody was always around. Like, I miss those days, like, regardless. I mean, damn, not everything about them, but regardless of what was going on, so many, at least a few people would show up, like, every time. This is literally my first time streaming to an empty room, so it's gonna be kind of like a Let's Play that you can pop into, which kind of has its own appeal. The only difference is it's always Super Metroid. I'm like already... It's so much easier. I remember streaming Ocarina of Time. It was so much easier than anything from Switch that I was like, well, this is just better. And once the TV got all fucky today, I was like, oh yeah, I'm never touching the Elgato again. Like, I'd love to understand what it was broken on. I'd like to understand why it didn't work, but I don't have to stream SNES games. Okay. I am going to keep the chat open, though, in case anybody does show up. There's no reason that the time said 6:39. I've just been making one-letter typos all day. Okay. I think I have to reset it. There we go. $19.94. This is so exciting. You really, I think I can play it through in the length of a normal grid night. Hey!
The last Metroid.
No, it's official. Well, it's unofficial in that I'm not a YouTuber anymore, but it's official in that I'm here. And this is the time in which I invited people to show up. How are you doing? I had a series of technical difficulties, so I'm not playing Switch / I may never. I mean, I'm just, if I do like a emulator windowed, it's so easy. It's so much easier to capture. So I might just, if I stream, I might just play Super Metroid and Ocarina of Time from now on. Hey Noreen. I'm glad you guys are here. I was just saying, it was so weird having nobody in here for the testing for those 10 minutes, because there was always, like, no matter what, because of lockdown, there was always somebody around if I was streaming back in the day. Let me know if the audio balance is good. You should be able to hear a little bit of noise from the game and also me. It's probably gonna be like the grid. A digital frontier. I tried to picture what it would look like. Yeah, just wait. Just wait until the Disgaea elements make their way in. When Samus goes from being completely silent to like being really, really insistent on one gag that she inserts into all of her sentences. Oh. Yeah, no, I was, yeah. 6:30 is what I said. Okay. Okay. I'll trust that you folks will let me know if any portion is too loud or too quiet. I sure haven't bantered or done YouTube monologue in 6 months, so I will not be very talkative, but say whatever the heck you want in the comments. I'm just here to see folks and catch up. I don't have too much to share from my side. I just went to grad school and it's fucking hard, and now I'm on Christmas break, which is really nice. This is the horror elements. That's right, anything that explodes could be a prinny, as long as it has a human soul. The baby. Thank you. I worked hard on it. Ah! Nothing major, just scooted over to grad school. But to be fair, that means that there's not too many, like, particular things to catch anyone up on who... I mean, y'all read my tweets pretty consistently, but, you know, Flesh Me has just been doing the same thing ever since the last stream. Yeah, this would be on a new channel with less memories if it weren't for Google's policy about, like, two-factor and streaming, and I did the two-factor authentication, but then it's like, you need to wait a day to stream, so I guess this is like, if any Laylaologists find this channel and they're like, damn, why did she suddenly stop putting videos on it? They'll have this. They'll be like, oh, she just did. It says plenty, let me tell you. It says so much. Oh, gosh, my research, I'll say the most important thing to me is that I'm doing my best. I can't believe how, you might even remember this, Noreen, every professor that I catch up with, because I'm, you know, this is the same department I was in for undergrad, they all remember me. I'll be like, yeah, you know, I'm a grad student now, and they'll be like, oh yeah, grad school. Ooh. Like when they realize it's the first semester, they'll be like, oh, first semester is really hard. And at first I thought it was specific to our program, which is, you know, not really. I figured the second year would be harder for course material, but every professor has been like kind of giving me the Excalibur face from Soul Eater when I mentioned that I'm starting, and I think it's just because it's hard to adjust to grad school. That is kind of what I was left with in November. It is just like really acclimating to a lot more work, which I think was what everybody says probably, but I didn't realize how much of an acclimation period it is. Those papers I finished, oh my, like legitimately the hardest I've worked in my life. And it's fun, like I immediately went back to doing stuff afterwards, so I'm really happy that I didn't, like, break myself, and I can relax pretty intensely during break. Really, the acclimation is, like, my only word for it. The pressure was just so much higher than what I was used to in undergrad. But now I feel like, you know, after about a month of freaking out, I truly acclimated. I was like, okay, life's going to be a lot harder from now on, and I have to be a lot more accountable about my work. And that's it. That's the entire catch-up for 2021. I know. It did feel like some kind of move-in procedure. Like, oh, your room is ready, but the old guest still has your key. We have to go track them down. Oh, really? I've heard a lot of people say that they went and then did not continue to be there in various kinds of fields. Either like first semester, first week. And I don't know why I wasn't like preparing myself for whatever monster could be implied by those stories, but now I kind of get it. I really do like it though. Tinder tries to get my attention at the same time every evening. Not now, Tinder. I'm doing hot girl shit. More fall. Wait a second. Oh, yeah. Oh, you were... That'll do. That'll definitely do, won't it? Were you studying genetics? AI-generated things that you do not study. I want to do a randomizer for this. That's also part of why I'm like... I mentioned to Robbie, I just had a technical difficulty with the Elgato, and I really tried to get it working, but it seemed like it was just weird enough of a glitch that I realized, like, oh, I forgot. It was so easy to stream Ocarina of Time. Like, it was so much easier to do it on my computer. So, I'm probably just gonna stream emulators when I do this from now on. Which is what this is, which means I can do randomizers, which I really love. And I would do a randomizer, but I always get like only half of the items in this game when I play. I've done it twice. Maybe not a full 2 times, but I always do everything I need to win, but then I find out I only got a half of the items in this entire game. And that implies that really important ones could be hidden in like really weird places that I wouldn't even know to look. So I'm not allowed to do that yet. In the same way I definitely could not do a randomizer for Majora's Mask. That's another N64 game I could do. But I don't know jack about Majora's Mask. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's kind of... I figured physics by the second. My sister keeps ending up in computer science. It genuinely, at this point, like, biology and computer science just keep both being her things. So she's a bio-computer person. She's like science by, like, you know, biological science by actual intention, but she just had like an awesome comp sci class and really enjoyed it. And yet again, comp sci sister, she just keeps running into it and enjoying it. All the trans people are in comp sci at this school. And I doubt it's just this school. I mean, a lot of people are in comp sci in general when I talk to people, but like every trans girl who I see on campus is in comp sci. A lot more of us after COVID, visibly at least. I can't believe it. There was a couple times where I would see someone who was like trans feminine in some way, like every time I went on campus back in the summer. It's not how it used to be. I'd always see like the same specific trans feminine people time and time again. Nudibranches and computers, yeah. Truly the computer of Nudibranch. I'm glad you found Math Twitter. I might swap my computer and my mic at some point. I don't think it'll be that easy, but I'm really hunching over this bad girl. Where there's math, there's gender. Good. Is the stream dropping frames? I was pretty impressed. I haven't done a stream from here yet, but it seems like actually pretty solid connection with the wire at a kilobyte per second rate that seemed good based on my past experience. Oh. I do need a id night for Metroid. It's hard to give up Grid Night and Squid Night. That is a pretty good naming scheme. I considered doing Crade Night just because it looks so similar, but that is definitely not, as I just revealed, it's definitely not how that's pronounced. No, I'm certainly not. I'm at Barbara and Jim's house. I got started because of horrible personal circumstances super late on my search for housing, and I ended up renting space in some people's house. I looked at a few different spots like this, and I love, honestly, it's so awkward anytime I introduce it. Although you may know just fine. You've mentioned you lived in a rented space in someone's house before. It sounds so funny every time I try to explain it, but it's just apparently totally normal. I had no idea for graduate students to just rent space. Like my sister said, her neighbors just rent to a graduate student. It's just a couple and a graduate student. It's the silliest thing. But I get along just fine with Barbara and Jim. They're just people, and I just live in their like in-law basically up on the third floor. You can just totally forget that you're in the same house as other people. And Barbara runs a small company, and I just needed a side job, so I'm like her secretary also. So it's I just come here and make money and grade papers. It's a pretty good existence, I'll say. If I could find a cheaper way to live, then I would, but without roommates, I can't quite pull that off around here. So we'll see. I'm probably just gonna stay here because I like it so much, and it's like almost affordable. It's affordable in terms of living alone, so I can afford to not afford much else. at the cost of not living with a bunch of strangers who are my age. Living with strangers who are not my age has proven to be a lot easier. You're right. Metroid Knight. Yeah, you can go find and belong in Math Twitter, Robbie. Careful viewers will notice that I forgot where to get the bombs. There we go. Yeah, I definitely had my reservations about moving into some people's house. Like, I really was not very high on my list of living situations, but I didn't have much choice because of life. And now that I'm adapting to it, I'm like, why adapt out? Like, why go back to a super empty apartment when I'm familiar with the ways of life in this house, and it's like a nice house to be in? I gotta think about it now that I'm gonna be in here like way more for winter break, and if I do move, I'm gonna start way sooner on getting a rental. I started in like June. It was so bad. Oh yeah. Yeah, I definitely don't do trans femme with like the MME. Yay! There was an easier way to do this I found out about, but I forget it already. Goodbye. Math hours. This is a safe space for math people. I know you're persecuted in many, many other areas of life. Hold on a second. Oh, hey, that's... Wait. Oh, get out of here. That almost works fine. I mean, it's not the worst. I can only aim upwards while moving. It's really not the worst. I mean, I'm glad to have it. Although, oh, I can also do... I was gonna say, I've been doing it all night. I like the triggers for it though. Math. I've been deplatformed. No longer audible. Definitely for you. I don't know math. It is time for pizza. I have to eat. I will set it to the not ambiently paused mode. Let me know if the audio balance is horrible. I've been trying to make sure that it's not. See you in 5. So we lost Samus. I gotta get her back. I need to make sure Samus returns. I don't want to record. Ta-da! Oh, I'm gonna have to fuss with this again. I need you to be huge. Can you hear the singing? They're singing downstairs. Um, well, you can't be all computer. There we go. I'm probably gonna have to do this by hand every time I close it. Metroid. Okay, this should be fine. Let me know if it's not fine. That's okay too. Thank you so much for the compliment on my pause screen. I worked so hard on it. I was just putting together images from my computer, like that were already on it, and the transparent gyro was like a little bit oddly relevant for the thing that's saying I'm going to get like water or pizza. And then I can't believe how high quality that 3D render of Snake is. Like I just had a few renders or like images of Animal Crossing villagers and I was like, this is a really nice one. Like it's straight up like very high quality. Although the T-pose is a little bit ironic for me. 9 minutes? Did I lose like 100% of my progress? That's such a gag. Well, it's not that bad. Hey! Hey, Juno! Okay. Things look stable. That's okay. Sometimes Dad's gotta get ponged. We're talking about math. I was just saying I haven't done like YouTuber hosting in 6 months, so I'm not going to be the loudest. I'm going to probably stay in character for Samus and be pretty quiet, I guess, but I'm pretty much just here to see what's up with everyone, so I'll read the chat. I'll vibe with everyone. If I talk too much, people are going to get mad at me for ruining Samus's character. This is the Metroid that I keep telling you to play, Juno. It's free. Well, it's not free, but if you have Switch Online, it's free. She has 3 lines in Metroid Dread. They're very good. Oh, right, this is how it's easier. I knew there was something wrong with this. You can go under her feet. Ah! I mean, not well, but totally can. This fight always felt kind of awkward before I saw someone else do that. Yay. Yeah, I think the caffeine that I consumed will probably last me through the entire game. So, if you stick around this evening, you might see an awful lot of it. It's old, you know, it's very old at this point, but it plays. If you can adapt to it and its clunkiness, it plays like hell. To be fair, I understand Samus not talking because I don't know what she would be saying, like, I'm shooting things. I need to use this item here. I don't have the item that I need. I can't think of anything else she would say in this situation. I'm just realizing how funny your comment is, Noreen, because like no, I can't hear them singing, otherwise I would join along. You're typing in the comment section. You can't sing. I mean, you can, but they won't hear you. I'll read you, but they won't hear you singing. When did I first play this? Well, I wish it was as simple as like I picked it up and then I loved it, but I played the first, like, the intro sequence where you run away from the exploding planet and stuff that we started with. I did that back in, like, probably early lockdown, like, spring 2020. Probably when it got added, because it was free and I was kind of curious. I began this one and the NES Metroid a couple times. I didn't really click with them. But I got into this back in September. It was just a random night. September was tough because, like I mentioned, it was just a tough semester acclimating to school. And one night I was like, I don't fully remember how I made the connection to either of these things, but I was like, I should listen to Bring Me the Horizon. And also I should play Super Metroid again. Like, I don't know, well, actually, no, to be fair, I did enjoy some hours of another Metroid game back in June, but I hadn't been playing this, and then I just sat down and got into a new genre of music that has become one of my favorites, and also just clicked like hell with this and played it pretty much every weekend. If I had any time in September, I would be listening to emo metal and playing this, which is hard as fuck, I think, personally, and also it was really fun and memorable. So I've only been playing this game since like September, really, because when I say I started the game, I literally specifically didn't get past right here. I didn't know I could break this, and that's why I spend a lot of time in my head because, well, I'm probably a neurodivergent. Anyhow, that's a topic for 2022. Sometimes I'll just get stuck thinking about how I would explain to a friend, hypothetically, whether or not Metroid Dread would be a good starting point. And I spend a lot of time thinking out that argument, hypothetically, in my head. And I have a lot of thoughts. One of which is, I think you kind of have to learn Metroid on its own. before you go into a game that also has its own funky elements, like the stealth that kind of makes Metroid Dread unique. Because there's so much stuff, like using missiles on doors and knowing what kind of stuff is an obstacle versus just like part of the environment. Like that never came easy to me. But I pretty much started actually understanding Metroid with the 3DS one that I played a bunch of back in June. So I kind of transferred that understanding to here, and then I learned a whole bunch more. This is the first Metroid that I actually saw through to the end because it just goes so hard and it's so fun. I haven't finished the 3DS one, but I know it's gonna be one of my favorite games ever, so I'm pretty excited. Yeah, she would just be thinking about her pills and her girlfriend. Yeah, I think she would probably be not too different from me, like going through my days and just like thinking about Metroid Dread and my chores. We're similar in that regard. She's just like me. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff in Hollow Knight that's like very, very, very much calling back to Metroid. I think Tic-Tics are totally, like all of the little crawly bugs. So many of them look like these ones. Well, not those ones, but Kono Yo na buggies. Tic-Tics really are the best of the genre of like crawling spiked insect. These pipe bugs kind of just get bullied. In fact, some of you might remember me talking about them from Metroid 1 when I played some of that, and I made a video about it like back at the start of this year. Pipe bugs are a bit of a trend, but they're especially here for giving me ammo in this game. You can just kind of shoot them like fish in a barrel. Very, very, very similar to that image. Shooting them like bugs in a pipe. Although I think that metaphor would be more like a symbol of nutrition, because she gets so much juice out of those pipe bugs. So something easy could be shooting them like fish in a barrel. Something helpful could be, well, that's as good for you as shooting bugs in a pipe. Should you specifically live like Samus. You might not. Why do I ever go down here? This is truly not worth it. It's a pretty room, though. I can't deny the power of the fireflies. Ah. Man, I adapted kind of quickly to my controller here. I'm happy about that. I had been playing it so much on the Switch, but despite the convenience of the base level Switch Online for getting into games like this, I don't really like using that emulator. It's just like, A, I'm kind of mad at NSO in general, but B, it's just like, I don't like having the hours climb up and then having like the big red SNES logo like mixed in with all my other games on the Switch. I'm very sensitive about my time displays on my consoles, so I genuinely never want a big Nintendo NSO thing on there. It's just not what I want in my mixed top played games. But somehow I really have played so much of the SNES emulator, which is like great. Actually it was invaluable for my first time playing this and Link to the Past. That was my first 2D Zelda. Like that was a great timing thing actually when that dropped. But I don't know, like weirdly both of the SNES Kirby's are not really my favorite. As of now, at least. I played through Dreamland 3, but like not well. And I've played Superstar Ultra a bazillion times, and then I did a whole bunch of Superstar itself on the emulator. So somehow all of that added up to like 60 hours. I don't really get how that added up so fast, but you can't deny that it's been helpful. I can't deny. Other people could argue. But I don't know, I'm just not... It's an uneasy alliance. I'd rather just emulate the fuckers on my computer. I can say whatever I want now that I'm not a YouTuber. That's hard. Yeah, Samus's lifestyle is not everybody's. That sounds so hard. I've never emulated anything as complicated as a 3DS. It has a lot of appeal though. People have really good fan mods for stuff like Fire Emblem, where you kind of need to make fan mods to have gay marriage. I kind of wanted to get a better computer next year, but I keep having these ideas of like, oh, I could have a spare couple $100 next year, and it's like, yeah, maybe that's true, but I'm really not in the position to just like drop a couple $100 on anything next year, especially now that I think I've got to get a new laptop. Like, it'll be fine getting myself a new laptop, but that's pretty much the entire whatever budget I thought I had, and even that I don't necessarily want to be too bold with. All that to say, I'm building towards having a need for computers and computer games. I kind of doubt that my computer could actually run a 3DS emulator all that well. I don't really know for sure, but it's just one of those things I definitely would get a lot of use out of, but I don't think I'm quite there yet. Graphics cards, yeah. I hope it gets better before it gets worse, because I've been hearing about that for ages, and it's all anybody has to say when I talk to them about building a computer. It sounds so relevant, you know. The thing is, my interests for computer games are like either like, you know, fat ass console games that I can't even run on my Switch, or like Hollow Knight, like art-based, super light 2D games. So it either could run on anything or only the strongest thing in the world. So when it comes to the latter category, I could run that on this. You don't see the SNES gagging up my Windows Surface, so I could just not upgrade my computer in that case. And I get the sense that my desire for like chunky, high quality console games will increase with time, so I'm just kind of putting all of my console game thoughts like Idolmaster Smash on hold for a few years. All that to say, once I do get a thing like that, I sure would need / want the graphics card. Ah. I've played this game a lot of ways, including on my cell phone, which was very uncomfortable, and also on like my keyboard for my computer. But this controller is really doing it. This is like, this boss is always kind of a test of how much I actually like using the input method that I'm using, and this feels pretty good. I'm pretty happy about this. Ah, you can't just park there. That's where I park. I only have one safe spot in this room. It is very funny that just, you know, total opposites of games. In like 5 hours, you could either get like 20 levels on one of your buddies in Disgaea, or play like all of Super Metroid for the 3rd time. It's just so different. I was listening to some YouTubers I like today, and one of them was just like, yeah, I don't even think it's worth comparing long and short games at this point, which is such a nice take to hear, honestly. It was about like Animal Crossing, where it's like, I only got 300 hours worth out of this, versus stuff like Metroid Dread got super criticized just for being a big $60 game that takes like, I mean, everyone is kind of a little bit wrong with the playtime. I'd say it's like 13 or 15 hours, but because so much of that is repeating bosses, it comes out at like 10 hours for most people, like on the save clock. Either way, very, very short genre, because it's going for something so different, you know? But to be fair, like, yes, like Minecraft and Metroid shouldn't be compared, but Metroid's like a 40-hour action game, okay, like that does start to get a little complicated. You like the petals? Lord knows what they actually are, because I haven't seen any flowers around here, besides like the one that tried to eat me. Yeah, that's actually a game I want to play next year. I'm very curious about playing Terraria. I don't know if you've played it much. I've literally never played it, I don't think. No, literally never. I have the Minecraft in me, and also Stardew Valley. Like, I've played both, a bunch. Minecraft far more, though. But it's that 2D action that really, that's where I go. So I think Terraria could be mad fun for me if I caught it. So this is fun. Super missiles. Shake the room. Yeah, these guys fall out. That packs a wallop, as they say. $500 of Terraria. That's super cool. We'll have no shortage of games to talk about at the coffee shop. I'll never forget that Hollow Knight kid last time we were there. He was so excited that we were talking about Hollow Knight. Huh. That's awful curious. I've never done that. That is awful curious. I'm like, I kind of want to make a note of that, but I'm not going to forget. It's not a big world. Yeah, I mean, I think at this point a lot of the inspirations may have still been like movies. Like, I think some Metroid game was like directly inspired by Alien, like that kind of a thing. I think the way they go for horror in the beginning of like this game, particularly, people have said is like because of Alien. So I think a lot of the stuff that defined sci-fi and science fantasy would have been like, not even like genre at that point, but more of like the direct inspiration. I really don't know though. Noreen very well may though. My professor who is mostly a literature person, I think like her, possibly like either her or her family, like their big kind of thing is sci-fi, and it's the same for a guy in my cohort who also is into literature, so those two hit it off all the time. But they'll go off on these tangents about Star Trek, and she said pretty clearly to me, you know, I had heard about science fantasy before. I kind of got the impression sci-fan or whatever is Star Wars. I mean, I kind of only thought that it was like, there's magic, you know? But the way she described it sounded like very like from experience. She was like, sci-fi people really don't want fantasy. Like science fiction people really want everything to be very like scientific based, or whether or not it's... I thought about it in my head, I'm like, is it really all like feasible science? Like, is it? Or is it just like plausible, like kind of based in science? But once you mentioned that, I was like, oh yeah, like I think that makes me want to use science fantasy label a whole lot more, because there's a lot of stuff I would call sci-fi that definitely has fantasy elements. Like Disgaea 5, who is notably not here tonight, is like, it has a lot of stuff that I would associate with sci-fi, but it is definitely not like magic. Like there's so much magic and stuff. So say goodbye to the nice music. We're gonna be trapped for a while. I believe it. That's kind of the impression I got. Speaking of discourse going on forever, I sat in on a lecture with a scholar who I've had an eye on for a long time, because she focuses on Yuri. She tries to be very involved in fan spaces and stuff. Like I think she's more on the corporate side of things than academia. I think she works for a company and writes reviews versus being a professor, but she's like the self-proclaimed Yuri expert. So I've always kind of had an eye on her, like, what are your politics? Like, what do you think about the world? And she had some insight about some anime fandom stuff. Just hearing all the professors talk was really cool. About how stuff like people coming in and like deciding who Yuri and Yaoi is for has been going on since like literally fighting between like Fujoshi and gay men in like 1994 in Japan, and 94 may have even been in the West at that point. But it was wild. I texted Liz, I was like, So people have been fighting over the appropriation of gay men for significantly longer than we've been alive. It's not fresh, but people just keep walking into the same debate, and these professors make me think that debate's never going to go away. Although they did notice a lessening in the discourse, which is kind of nice to hear. People who have been observing fandom for like 2 decades. Hey! What's up? What's up, Burb? No! Blockchain. See, that's funny, Noreen. I didn't want to say anything, but I'm like, I bet there's a lot of, like, I don't know. I feel like the fuckery that you can apply with sci-fi, it's so, like, you know, if it's make-believe, it's make-believe. Even if it's, like, some kind of make-believe element that, like, is making teleportation spells possible by some sciencey thing, that's still basically fantasy. Like, you're lying. It's not true. I'm really no good at bomb jumping in like any game, but I do try. It is part of the Samus skill set. Oh, sorry for reminding you about the term Fujoshi. The gut reaction is to say it's my job to remind you of the word Fujoshi, but I really hope it isn't. Here we go. Go, Samus, go! I really don't always like bomb jumping. I always alternate between like the perfectly aimed one and the just like mashing for my life one. I'm not that good at either. Hey, come on. Oh, yo! This is why we do it. Wall jumping sucks in its own fresh way, but I'm a lot better at it. I forget why I'm doing this. Like, I don't think I'm gonna get anything up here. Yeah, I am not gonna get anything up here. I'm not doing this. But you all saw me succeed. I don't think this is worth my super missile. Well, it's not. No, that was definitely not worth my super missile. And gone back to rhythm games. If I'm timing my button pressed, then why don't I just play rhythm games? Okay, I probably shouldn't get pizza until I save if I crash it again. Oh goodness, yeah, no. That's kind of a hallmark of Metroid, is if you're insistent enough, there's a lot of times you can actually do stuff out of order, or like find something secret. Of course the developers intend for most of it, but it feels like, man, I just know I could get onto that cliff with my bombs and I'm gonna force it until it works, and then it does work. So some people adore it for that, and just being able to kind of like brute force your way through things. Like this I've done. Yes, this I've done. I can do this out of order. Normally you would want to get something to make your jump taller to do this, but you can also do it this way if you have the idea to. Although I'm not trying to sell you Metroid. I'm not a influencer anymore. I'm not a content creator. You get stuck and you go back to Metroid. It's the circle of Rhythmotroid. Thank you. Yeah, I can't claim to have like practiced or learned about bomb jumping. I just like hit it until it works or until I get tired of trying. Although as you saw, nothing came of it at all. Yeep. The way that it kind of like flew away. Very violent looking. I gotta do the cool girl route. So this is a great example. Oh no, I don't have my missile. I'm gonna get a missile and then do the cool girl route. This is just like a easy, like, you can do it out of order thing. I mean, kind of a fun one. It's pretty easy, but it's really fun. Although I think I'm about to get a save point, and I think I need nutrients. Namely the nutrients of bread, sauce, cheese, and sausage. Oh, bones. This isn't it. I think it's like down here. You start to remember your save points after a few replays, just kind of instinctually, like the gas station near your house. Yeah. Okay. So, I'm gonna get pizza. See if I crash Metroid. So evidently, people sometimes watch videos on my channel still. I had to log in for the first time in months to like do this, and it said there were like 6 views in the last month. So I wonder what they think, and B, I wonder if anybody's gonna like find this channel and become a really big fan retroactively and be like, man, I wish she kept going, and then find this and be like, oh, okay. No, she tapped out at the right time. This isn't very funny. Truly her skills lie in driving to work. That is not easy. I have such a dangerous drive for it being like the length of a football field or two. Samus. Going, I know, right? Anybody could discover it whenever they want to. Okay. Let me know if I forgot to turn anything on. It should look exactly like it did before. So I'm going to laugh at the tall jump move again by doing another skip where I say, you know what, I can jump as high as I want to with my creativity. And again, there are options here for if you're a wall jumper or if you're a bomb spammer. Eee. So you hit this, and this isn't optional, this is important. There's a way to get up there. I used to know it. Not in my childhood or anything, just like recently. This is what a pretty big sequence break in Dread is. It's like a weird hop like this, so take notes, kids. It's hard to even do a wall jump. What am I to do? Oh, I think I can... What was the word I used? Showing off? Competence? What was it that I promised? Yeah, that's not easy. I've done it. I swear to God I've done it without bomb jumping. Spar, what are we talking about? Oh man. Pizza Hut. I haven't had any of those in a long time. I know that I'm not big on Domino's. Although I'll get their bread bowls from time to time if I want like a very, very filling meal. Oh, I can tell my story. I don't know if I don't know if I've told my bread bowl story or not, but at my first college, I was in a gender neutral dorm, and my roommate was a vegetarian. It was like 11 at night, probably like a school night, and he was just like all sitting on the phone at Domino's. He was like, uh-huh, uh-huh. Yeah, well, I can't have chicken. This has chicken on it. I'm a vegetarian. And then he like put his hand over the speaker and was like, do you like bread bowls? Or like, do you like chicken? And then he just got a new bread bowl and gave me his entire like pizza-sized bread bowl full of chicken Alfredo. And I was just like, okay, dinner time. And that's how I started being aware of that as a meal. It was like the most filling, salty, like, oh my god, it was a meal and a half at like midnight. Sbarro's I've only had like cold, reheated pizza from. There was one of those off of a rest stop at that college, which evidently this question puts me in touch with my first college memories. I have to say I don't particularly eat any of those 3 or 4. The bread bowl story. Well, the second part is that I ordered one once while I was on the job at my vegan cafe. I just ate it on the floor because I worked so many hours. We would like be working together. We didn't have any managerial oversight, same era, back then. So it was just me and my coworker. We could do whatever. And there was a big wall that divided us from the customers. You could kind of just hang out down there. Usually someone would hide down there while the other person takes the customers. And I once was just like, do you want to get food delivered? And I got the fattest bread bowl from Domino's. I don't think I remember how to do this. I could do it with the bomb jump, but I don't want to. To be honest, I think I was just a lot better at this, like, coming fresh off my first replay. Because I think I have to wall jump off of that lip. And that doesn't sound easy right now. Like, that doesn't remotely sound easy right now. I still want to do it, though, because it feels awesome. I really like wall jumping. As you can tell by all the awful missed attempts. I'm sure there's, like, one particular angle, but that's too high. That arch isn't it. See, that just... I don't know. I don't know about this one. I'll try a little bit of bomb jumping, but you know how I feel about bomb jumping. So yeah, I came out here to embarrass myself. Nope. Nope. You win. You win, Create. I'm not. Oh, I forgot about that. Thanksgiving in July. Yeah, Papa John got hard taken down. Nope. No Papa John. Isn't Papa John a fascist? I know that's very serious. That's a big company. But just in the context of like going from talking about pizza to like... Isn't Domino a fascist? It's not funny, but it is funky. You find a new fascist every day. A British person I was watching on YouTube was talking about like ounces or whatever, or what. I don't even know. Maybe it's the American system is the ounce system. I completely forget. I don't even know if this is like mass or volume. I think it's mass. But he was like, in freedom ounces, it is da 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 da. And I'm like, that's so funny. Like using like talking about like stuff on the highway. Like, oh, in freedom miles, that is it's 200 meters, but in freedom miles for you Americans. Yeah, funny gets stretched out, and you know, funny can mean some of the most darling things in the world. So I'm a little tired of like, me and Liz would always be like, well, isn't it funny? Like, it's just kind of funny that there's this double standard. And like, I don't like that. Like, you know what we really mean is like, isn't it kind of suspicious? Or like, isn't it kind of fucked up? But it's so easy to be like, well, it's kind of funny that they would do this, but then go and do that. Which is like, I don't know. Funny deserves better. So there's an item called the wave beam that's supposed to be for shooting through platforms, but this is just shooting through the platforms. Like, what's going on? Some of them get blocked, but some of them just go right through. That's so glitchy. Another day, another milkshake duck. There was such a milkshake duck recently, I completely forget what it was. It's always like the Twitter accounts where it's like, wholesome animals, and then like, they reveal that the owner of Wholesome Animals is like super transphobic or something. It's like, we regret to inform you, Wholesome Animals is a transphobe. And again, that is not funny, but that's one of those things where it's like, isn't it just funny? Isn't it just funny how this is? It's like, no, it's not, but here we are. I'm so embarrassed. I very confidently did, I think, both of the skips were that before. I'm not the Super Metroid player I was 2 months ago. Skills corrode fast in this industry. Haxer? My hacks. Sounds like a Pokemon, like Haxorus. Three missiles. So that's how it is. Yeah, so this is that kind of stuff where, like, on one hand, Metroid Dread isn't a very good first Metroid because stuff jumps out at you and it's high tension. On the other hand, not a very good Metroid because not only are you being chased to death, but you have to know to, like, do what I'm doing now and, like, shoot walls and shoot through floors. Like, it's intuitive once you learn it and you learn the language of the puzzles, but, like, no, like, I stand by the fact that so many Metroid fans have completely lost perspective because I'm a new Metroid fan. I can kind of say this. So many Metroid fans that I follow on YouTube and stuff, like, have completely forgotten how hard it is to get into the series. Like, I think it is the single hardest to get into a Nintendo series that I've ever played. It's just so austere. Like, it's so harsh. It's not at all inviting. Like, especially Super Metroid. Like, I think it's the best one to start with, but it's not gonna tell you anything. Like, you have to learn, and it'll teach you. But, like, I don't know. It's not. You don't just pick it up and connect with it. But I will say, like, you know, I really just went with it my first playthrough. When some things I learned to learn from another game that was maybe easier to learn, but I definitely didn't have too many, like, frustration points with it. I'm doing good. This is like the best I've ever. My reaction time is really good. A scale of 1 to Celeste? 4. I mean, if we're counting Celeste as like 10. Honestly, Celeste is a hard fucking game. That's something that blew my mind. There's a YouTuber I like who does a lot of Metroidvania reviews, and he's an old-time Metroid guy, and he picked up Hollow Knight, and he's like, this is the hardest, most brutal, most unrewarding Metroidvania I've ever played. And I was so flabbergasted at first, but now that I've played Metroid, like, Metroid is constantly rewarding you, and the bosses are kind of easy. It's mostly about, like, puzzling out their weak point. Hollow Knight gives you so few rewards for your exploration, and so many of them are just like, oh, cashed it in someday, versus, like, missile tanks, which are immediate payoff and make you stronger. Again, I think Hollow Knight takes inspiration from stuff that guy doesn't really have as perspective, but he did just walk into it as a guy who plays a lot of Metroidvanias, and it's just like every boss is a bullet hell white knuckle roadblock. Like every single boss is throwing so many hits at you that you could die immediately, and you have to learn it by like patience versus like aiming at the right weak point or using your brain and puzzling it out. It's always about learning the hit patterns, which is really brutal, like fast, frequent hit patterns. It is a harsh game. And the more Metroidvanias I play, the more I realize it is so harsh gameplay-wise. Of course, it makes up for it by being beautiful, and the harshness perfectly fits the tone, so I still think it's a masterpiece, but strictly speaking, like in terms of bosses and hard games, that is such a brutal, it's a very, very harsh game for the fact that it's like the most popular one for a lot of, I don't know, circles. But Celeste is also a super hard game that I think just teaches you really well to do really hard things. I don't really have a lot of like endurance for platformers because like Celeste I enjoy the buttons off of, but even that, like, you're pretty much constantly being tested, which isn't a thing in like Metroid here. Like I'll run into a few things that are like testing my skill like this, but most of the game I'm just kind of walking, shooting normal enemies and puzzling. You know, there's a lot of downtime when I'm not being challenged. Platformers are just constant challenge. Like Celeste especially has so few rooms that are meant to like be a break, but I think it's a great game, and I think they do a good job. One thing I've read about is they will often put the hardest part of a level not at the end, so you don't know that you're doing the hardest thing, and then you do it and you feel confident and you fly through and you just feel awesome at the end. Like, it's a kind hard game for sure, but it's also probably one of the hardest games I've played. You know, I haven't even gone through all the hardest stuff. This it's more just awkward is what I would say. There's a few sections that are like, but a lot of that's just the controls being bad. And finicky more than bad. Because trust me, like I've had grooves where I'm like really motoring in this game. Just really got the controls down, but it's finicky. It takes a while to get in the groove. Your time is up. Your time, sir. You can go home. We don't need you in this stream any longer. Uh-oh. Great, I told you could clock out. Clock out, old man. You don't want to see what happens when you work overtime on a Saturday night. Yee. Bam. Hey. Come on, guy. Come on, guy. Yoy. Yay! Die, sir. Die. Yeah. Open up. Woohoo! That was definitely the most fun I've ever had fighting him. Yippee! That was sweet. My trash talking that I haven't practiced in a long time. And Mother Metroid. That's funny. That's actually a really good point. The B-sides don't have collectibles, which I would say makes it feel harsher, because the collectibles can be kind of break. Like I was just saying, there's not that many breaks. I mean, admittedly, it's obviously, you know, each one's its own challenge, but maybe more on replays than the first time you do it. Each strawberry could be a little mini serotonin thing where there's no serotonin thing besides surviving and the B-sides and C-sides. I mean, again, I play games like this more than I play platformers, so I like collectibles. They're nice, and being puzzly is good, but yeah, I mean, I'm thinking this and Celeste both have a lot of like reading the walls, and it's more memorization that gets me through in Celeste. I think you have a good point. Like, I'm trying to think. I think it's kind of bad when I end up having a lot of insights that are wrong, which this game gives me so many of, but I guess I'm still learning it. But in Celeste, I will so often, even on my like third playthrough, like see a notch in the wall and be like, oh, that's suspicious, and then hit it, and then it's not suspicious, which is super exhausting, and I totally get you there. There's also just so many strawberries, so I kind of get that. The B-sides don't have strawberries? Yeah, they're just for breaking your fingers. That's no grade to make a living. Grade's been booted off. Oh my god, yeah, getting these suits is super awesome. This is the famous one. This is the Samus one. They do a good job. Well, I enjoy the pacing of the suits because the starter one is always like kind of different. Like, I just don't see the starter suits that much because they're not in like promotional stuff as much as the Various suit. And then the Various suit in all the games I've played is like a middle unlock, like halfway through the game. And it feels pretty damn good. And you're like, this is like Samus. Kind of like the normal suit, but it's like exciting to get. And spending most of the game not in your starter suit makes the starter suit kind of fun in its own way. Like the blue and white, the bomb pop suit in Dread is your starter suit. So you don't actually have it that long, but it's kind of fun to still be in it before you get the Varia suit. Then the gravity suit's always my favorite. It feels so exciting. That's how you finish Super and Dread. And I think also Samus Returns. And possibly all of them. I don't know for sure. Yeah, we are orange. We have shoulders now. It's the HRT. So supposedly that little mini Kraid that I just killed is like a reference to how he appeared. Like, it was like a fake out for players from the first game, because that's how we looked in the first game. But then like the real one is significantly bigger, so it's a fake out. But I never understood that, so I always go through there like alien, son of Kraid possibly. And okay, here we go. Like, I never really had a spot in my brain. I'm like, okay, there are sometimes little Kraids. That's just how it is. The effect was firmly lost on me. Con. I once accidentally went to the wrong friend's house during COVID Animal Crossing because I couldn't tell. I forgot what one of my friend's town names was. And I'm like, oh, it's probably Mikan, but that was actually a different Aqua fans town, which I think is like my quintessential Love Live mutual story from that time. Like, multiple people very much could have had a town called Mikan. Chica is Samus? Samus never gives up, just like Chica. If you keep putting Chica through hardship and she keeps running into it head on, someday she'll be super tough and a little bit broken inside. And we like that. For some reason. Yeah! One of, I think, my best gamer skills is, I've played a little bit of the first Legend of Zelda, the NES one, and I kind of have a knack for the bomb walls. Like, I haven't explored the whole world, but, I've gotten pretty good. Last I remember when I played it, I remember being like, I bet this is a bomb wall, and it is. It's one of the few games where I'm like, nope, this is a bomb wall. Like, no signifier, like a modern Zelda, or like, like that E-Tank I just got. There was no signifier, really. And I'm just like, I know this. I speak your language. I got you. So I can be all jerky about that. That's kind of a fun game. I hate the dungeons. I don't like them, but it's fun managing your rupees and walking around. I've had some good moments with that compared to most NES games. Honika slowly becoming just all powerful as the timelines just unceasingly continue. Am I talking about Madoka or Disgaea 6? That's up to you. Or like anything with time loops. Am I talking about Doctor Who? Probably not. I don't know anything about Doctor Who. I always thought Super Hulock was a, for starters, I thought it was pronounced Super Warlock. Like, I always thought it was a Smash term about Ganondorf. I'm like, oh yeah, like Warlock Punch. I bet it's a melee term. But I realized it's Supernatural, Doctor Who, and Sherlock, and it's a Tumblr term. So it's not Super Warlock. It's not a melee Ganondorf thing. I can do a whole bunch of stuff kinda now. I love this game. As much as I called it finicky, as much as I forgot how to do the skip with the wall jump to get Kraid, I picked it up pretty easily just now. I haven't played this in months, but I was just like, you know what? I'm not learning why the Elgato is broken tonight. I'm gonna play Super Metroid. We're just a little bit like, oh, we have stream game at home, Super Metroid. But, I don't know. Killia's not looking so good right now. Hypothetical Killia. Reep. Super Warlock moments. I was gonna say, I feel like only you would understand that in this group, Juno. Smash Ganondorf and Tumblr. Nothing's more niche than Smash Ganondorf. Nothing's more suspicious than frog's breath. Oh, look at this bouncing thing. Yes, the lava is going up. No, man. Yeah, I don't know. People are like, oh, this is a kind of a tight platformer sometimes. I think it's kind of an awful platformer. Just like, this isn't how platforming's supposed to feel at all. I think it's so bad in its platforming sections. I'm gonna, full stop. I want this game to get a remake while Mercury Steam is like banging out really good Metroids. I do not remotely want them to implement a counter. I just don't need it. I don't know if they're capable of making a game without a counter, and I love the games that are made for the counter. I think it's awesome. I have no interest in implementing counter in this. Just do it again. I don't need the sprites to be like, I don't need like a sprite remake or anything the way I'm sure some people do. I bet it would look super cool with their third attempt at 3D, 2D, but I just want to play this exact same game. And honestly, if there are as many Metroid fans in Mercury Steam as it seems like there are, I bet they would stick pretty close to the source material. But yeah, I want to buy this game again. I just do. And I want it to be not so dated. It's just awesome. It's like Ocarina of Time and Hollow Knight. I really like a lot of the games people really like. But Breath of the Wild, I am very ambivalent on. I have to say, I hold myself back from making some Breath of the Wild tweets because I just have really I have great memories. It was a really nice phase for me. I respect what it is. It's a really fun, nature-y game, but it just has so little for me personally. I'm not that into it right now, at least, like, especially compared head-on with other Zeldas. I am just not as into it as other ones, which is not at all a statement on its quality. It is just completely subjective that I'm not quite so into it. But I do like the other list toppers, like Super Metroid and Ocarina of Time and Hollow Knight, and it's a lot of fun to like the popular games, I realize. Oh man, these things are so scary. This is a funky platforming section. It's just very awkward. I don't know. It's a very stiff game. It's like when people call Hollow Knight a platformer. Like, yeah, there's some sections, but it's really not. Like, I don't know. I mean, no, Hollow Knight feels a lot better to platform in than this. She's given up on Kagayaki. She got in the suit. Minish lava, zero fun. That was so bad. Oh my god. I feel like that stood out as like a uniquely terrible moment of platforming in that game. Like, I don't really have that many bad memories from it, but oh my god, the floating sections were so bad. This is definitely not the way, but I want to go to the end of this room. Well, are you not the way? Or are you sort of the way? No, you've got no interest in me. Yeah, I'm not doing any favors for the platforming sections. There are some, like, parts that kind of should suck, but don't. Like, the grapple beam has some sections that straight up blow, but it also has some sections that kind of go harder than they should for being so old now. I don't know, it has its moments, but, no, yeah, you can see how awkward it is. Oh, bones. That was so bad, the fire section in Minish Cap. I redid, like, I think multiple parts multiple times. I just had to keep going through that one room and getting in, like, the tornado and flying over the lava. There was just no good way to tell where I was, like, floating over. Oh, jeez. There we go. Nothing's more satisfying than a pipe bug. Or a family. Hide your family. Yes. Am I not making the jumping look remarkable? It's funny because jumping does become really, really good once you're able to Kirby float. At some point, Samus can just fly and it doesn't matter anymore. But that is not really, that is not really speaking to the benefit as a platformer. Yeah, that's right. I also got janked up in the Sky Temple, and that's when I explained Coyote Time, which I had only recently learned about myself. Which games like Celeste are awesome at, where they kind of give you some wiggle room with like invisible landing pixels. And it was like I think I out loud said like I literally have to land on the exact pixel that this platform begins in to move forward. I should remember that area for backtracking. I bet that lava has something in it. God, this is an important jump because I have to backtrack so much to get back here. But I don't think I need to until I have the grapple beam. Oh, hey. Your Love Live platformer game? Did you make it? Sounds like you made it. I want to see 8-bit versions of every Love Live girl, in the way that Super Mario Maker for Wii U had 8-bit versions of every character in Smash. I think that should get talked about more. That's like a great moment in gaming. These are the rooms. These are the rooms that make you want a remake. I say that while enjoying myself. I think that's what's gonna kill me, is that I don't mind a lot of the jank. I'm just gonna keep playing this game over and over. I'm yet to get even a single item that I didn't previously know about, which is so concerning. As I mentioned earlier, my highest item collection I've ever gotten is like 60%, which means that I am clueless to so many items, but I'm not finding them. Like, I'm not learning. I love the coloration of this room as a other topic. I like the purples and the oranges in Norfair. Feels like buffalo chicken. Especially this room feels like buffalo sauce. An 8-bit Mario collecting hair loops? That sounds a little bit suspiciously similar to both Mario and Sonic. Twitter. Go, go, go. It's funny watching Samus on replays of this game, where it's like, why did you know to do that? Like, why did you shoot there? Why did you jump there? How do you know to do these things, Samus? Heads into a room. She's. I saw. There was a meme that was like a Vine or something of look how old I am. Like a TikTok or something of a guy just like straight up like his friends are egging him on, and then he comes like sprinting through the room and crashes straight through a wall, just breaks right through it. And that's what so many puzzles are once you start adding in the speed boost in Metroid games, especially Metroid Dread. It's so much of that. It was just so funny, like just slamming right through the wall at full speed, like not even looking where he's going. And it's like, you got a missile tank. That's exactly what I just did. The door is open and I'm just booking it through the room. Ice beam. This is one of the first items where I'm like, you get to do what in this game? I will now be freezing every enemy forever. The Samus ball meme? I think I've seen a few memes involving Samus in a ball, but not like a repeated meme of ball Samus. Samus actually isn't that good of a special sweeper because she doesn't get anything better than Ice Beam, but she can run Bolt Beam because of that, so it's not all bad. It's not all bad. What did I just do? Oh yeah, I was trying to get out of here. I'm like, why am I being ejected? I think I escape up there, yeah. The fire tick-ticks always show me the way. That like robot comment makes me so anxious. Again, these phaser shots go right through the platform. It's like no reason to get wave beam. So one fun thing is she has different charge beams based on the combination. So if we take away Spacer, we're gonna get a different charge attack. Yeah, look at that. It's like a snowflake. Like a shuriken almost. It's very nice. Like a star. And then, I guess that's the only interesting one right now, but usually you don't do that. Although I've heard, like, diehard fans, well, I've seen them post on old forum posts, say that, certain combos are better on certain bosses, so that's neat. I'll probably never, you know, unless somebody tells me, I'll never figure that out on my own. The fire tick-tick shall light your path. The Wick-Wicks. The Litwicks. Litwick is a great... I saw a take on Twitter. I see a few too many takes on Twitter. I saw a take that if it weren't for like Gen 1 nostalgia, the Chandelure line would be like the mascot of Ghost Pokemon, which isn't true. Like, when they put Chandelure in Pokemon, I was like, wow, it's niche, and I don't think that many people feel differently. Besides maybe people younger than me, I don't know. I agree conceptually though. Like, those are awesome ghost type Pokemon, and they do deserve to be like more mascots. I think it's bullshit to say that they're like the next most popular to the Gengar line, because I don't think there's any way to like specifically deduce one runner up to that. Like, that's the ghost Pokemon line. I don't love it. I'm not hurt by it. Like, I'd like to believe what this person believes, but I don't think it's true. I think it's possible, like the way that they kind of made Eevee a new thing, but I think that tapped into something a little bit more universally felt than Gen 5 nostalgia. Just beating the heck out of Gen 5ers in this stream on a Saturday night. Well, now we can do a whole lot the Metroidvania way. I'm starting to forget the details of the second half of this game. I remember like the landmark moments, but there might be some rediscovery this evening. You know, this might be out of my computer's pay grade, but I'm in a Discord for a really cool programmer and their team who make Luigi's Mansion hacks for ROMs, and they seem awesome. So getting Dolphin or something to play GameCube games is kind of in my future. With how like fine my computer ran N64, I mean, we'll see. I very well may have just like a slightly more powerful laptop in a month's time. So, man, that'd be fun, wouldn't it be? Just another shout out to streaming ROMs and not my Switch, because it's so awesome streaming without any external hardware. If I were to do... Yeah, no, I do wonder if without like a proper PC I could run Dolphin. Man, the games I would play for... The games I would play on a Saturday night if I had Dolphin? GameCube? That'd be awesome. All that to say, I could definitely... I don't often do Luigi's Mansion 1 in one sitting. Like, I play the hell out of that game. But I usually will do like the first 2 worlds in one sitting or one day, and then the next day I'll do like a 2-hour sitting for the butt half. And even that, oh my god, it's a little bit hard to power through World 4. All this to say, I could probably play through like all of Luigi's Mansion the way I normally do it in like a 3-hour stream. I think I usually get sub 3 hours. Oh, see, the sad thing about Dolphin is, like, all of my favorite GameCube games, you know, Luigi's Mansion, Eguy, are multiplayer. I'm like, oh, GameCube, well, I love GameCube. Kirby Air Ride, oh, Melee, I don't know, Super Strikers, I would have to get super into Pikmin. I don't know how soon I'm gonna play Pikmin, but I've actually re-added my Pikmin games to my backlog. I could picture myself, like, enjoying them. I've enjoyed 2 quite a bit. I've always had a copy of it, but I've barely played 1. I know. People are gonna find Layla of the Stars and, like, use her corpse in a journal article. Random lesbian bashes Unova. Yeah, I set everybody's anxiety on edge with Pokemon Twitter take. I did see some people in a pretty heated debate about time travel, and I tweeted this, but I was just so, like, happy to see them fighting about something practical instead of, like, oh my god, the usual. Which, like, to be honest, like, Pokemon discourse has gotten so big and revealed so much that, like, it's kind of a topic I don't really feel that comfortable, like, hand-waving, like, oh, you know, haha, cringe. It's like, I genuinely, like, I really like Shining Pearl. Shining Pearl is a super shoddy game, and I haven't even been reading, like, you know, when Galar was getting leaked, the stuff was everywhere, but, like, the shitty-looking cutscenes, like, I saw a lot of, like, the really circulated examples of, like, why it sucks shit, like, before I even played the game, so I was a lot more informed on that, and that was just really embarrassing stuff. Wait, do I really have what I need to get through here? I kind of think I don't. This room I always remember in, like, 2 different ways, and then, like, what happens is a surprise, but I don't remember what I was confused about. this must be where you get power bombs. But no, honestly, like, I am gonna be really sad if Arceus is kind of a sloppy game again. Like, that would be a really big bummer. I do, you know, just with how much these two games have gotten better each time they put out a trailer over the course of 2021, it's pretty clear, like, they're working on them right up until they're out. And there was definitely some last minute stuff, like the lighting getting a lot better in Shining Pearl that totally made it a game that I love, where otherwise I probably wouldn't have played it. They just like got it looking really good with the lighting. But there's so many bugs, and they just, there's like a lot of the scaling for walking Pokemon just looks straight up bad in a way that, I don't know, like maybe Heart Gold, Soul Silver, I wasn't so critical of like huge Pokemon being tiny, but it just looks so awkward now to not have like Dialga be full size and stuff, which isn't like, why did it let me leave? It's like, wait, you don't actually have power bombs. It's not a topic I care a ton about like as a gamer, because like Pokemon, kind of whatever for me, but to be honest, like I kind of get people beyond like, you know, it's a huge number of people who have been riled up for ages and riling each other up for ages. Every time a game comes out and it kind of looks like dung, it's like, you know, like that doesn't come out about every game. Like people were hard on Dread for being a Metroidvania, basically. And yeah, like, you know, they made it look cringe here and there with like kind of unfair comparisons, but they weren't finding the kinds of like out of bounds glitches and just like really wacky stuff and like just dumb stuff that's just kind of should have got tweaked in Brilliant Diamond. So all that to say, like, it just keeps feeling like Pokemon games on the Switch are being rushed, and I kind of get that. Like, I kind of get keeping an eye on that because, you know, it's not really awesome. Like, it's cool that Game Freak's like getting a bit more creative and flexible, but I'm pretty darn sure there's going to be some really shitty, like, especially graphic stuff in Arceus, and people are going to go crazy, and then they're going to reveal Gen 9. Oh, I can't believe they're rushing it out, same year Arceus, and we're going to go through everything again, because they're going to have a ton of issues again, and a ton of bugs again, which, again, like, that didn't happen with Skyward Sword HD, and maybe that's not fair, because that was more polished even before the port, but I'm just like, you don't see that kind of stuff with other, you know, 10 million selling Nintendo games. Arceus? Arceus? Legends Arceus, the next Pokemon game. So yeah, like, I definitely make fun of Pokemon fans for, like, how they are about the discourse, but it's not really something that I'm, like, that apathetic to either. I'm just not that interested. But when I stop and think about it, I'm like, you know what, that's a pretty interesting... You got a point there. Yeah, I think both pronunciations are now like equally common. Arceus and Arceus. You're not dumb. It's like one of the weirdest Pokemon names. And it's also one of the most important. Beep. What's this RCS? The Revenue of Collector Services. AI-generated government offices. The Revenue Collector Service. That sounds like robbery! Would you like to be a part of my revenue collecting service? It's a startup where I collect your revenue. These are the worst. Those grabby things are like absolute worst in Super Metroid. Why am I going up? I'm not ready. I'm not ready to go up. I don't want to go up. I want to be a Toys R Us kid. No! I had this hunch. I'm like, I bet there's a room inside that flower. Now I'm getting devoured. Man, that always gets me. I always think there's something there. I wanna be a Toys R Us kid. I saw something, it was a theory. It really wasn't the best theory, but it was a theory about how you can find, I think in the last mythical Pokemon of every generation, something that could be interpreted as a reference to the next generation. It probably just began with, oh no, yeah, some of them sucked, come to think of it. The author gave their examples, and it was like, Jirachi and Deoxys represent time and space, because Deoxys is from outer space, which I don't think is a really good connection, and Jirachi has to do with time, which is like, okay, so that's a prediction for Gen 4. I think that's a stretch and a half, but would it have been Arceus? How on earth was that connected to Unova? The point is, with the country-themed one, you had Keldeo, who is Three Musketeers, which is French? It has to be, otherwise this theory is absolutely stupid. And then you end with Hoopa, which is a reference to Alola. Why was that a reference to Alola? Gosh, I don't remember at all. I was like just barely there with this theory. And then Magearna. Magearna was, or was it Volcanion? Volcanion would have been a predictor. Volcanion is steam, so that makes me think Industrial Revolution, but that's not correct. That was supposed to predict Alola. Oh my gosh. They at least had like a somewhat believable connection, but the point is, they connected Zarude with an Indian cultural monkey, which, like, forget about the other ones. I think that's cool. I think, I don't know a lot about India, but if we're picking countries, that'd be a very cool one to see a region based on. I just think that would be a lot of fun to see as inspiration. So I'm just voicing some India hype. Drop in the comments your most desired country. I've talked about Latin America, like Mexico, Central America before. Ah, wait, this is not. Nope. Antarctica, featuring Pokemon such as ice types, and towns such as the Ice Town. Am I really going back? I have referenced this map approximately 2 times. Like, that's weird how fast I learned this game. I'm pretty sure I'm going back up to exactly where I was. And I'm not gonna bother, but where am I going? Probably down. Probably. Japan, I honestly do keep saying Japan. My theory for a Pokemon generation has been, a time-based one where the focus is on modernization, which I think some other generations have touched on in different ways. But I was thinking you could now I'm just slightly more informed to talk about this. You could do Edo and Tokyo. You could do the Edo period, which was the first time that Tokyo was like the main city for Japan. And Edo was a really cool period anyhow. So you could do like theater, like kabuki was big then. I think functionally Kyoto with like the Heian period and like the courts and everything might be a bit more cool. But I think to go for like the one version, like to make the two versions totally different, or at least like differ in really serious ways, I think you do one that's based on modern Japanese pop culture and it's Tokyo, and then the other one is like past Tokyo and it's based on more traditional performing arts and stuff like that. But both of them are the same region at different times. I think Edo and Tokyo would be really cool. And even if you don't know like the connection between Edo and Tokyo, you're like, oh, traditional Japan, and you know, the samurai were in charge. That's fun. Whoa. Gamal music. I don't know much about Bali. Yeah, I like India. I don't know anything about India, but it's a country that would be nice to know more about, or at least like see neat like references to the popular culture and mythology of. Canada would be so bad. Just like I feel like it'd be so hard to differentiate France and the UK and Canada for Pokemon. Like I just don't know. Like, oh, it's cold. Yeah, we've done cold. Just straight up wilderness. America's been done and I don't need to see it again. They did fine. Apparently, like, all of Unova is based on, like, New Jersey oil fields, like, where the George Washington Bridge is when you're going through, when you're passing right past NYC and you're going into New Jersey. Apparently, like, how have I opened this? I haven't opened this before. I don't have a map. Apparently you can trace, like, at least, like, the shapes of all the areas, because obviously there's, like, the Wild Wild West and, like, kind of the Rockies. Oh, man. Why am I pretending this is new? It's literally... Oh, right now I know what I'm doing. I mean, I think they have stuff from all over America kind of, like, slipped into Unova, but geographically I've heard it's based on the region outside of New York City, which I've only driven through once, but it was one of the nicest drives ever, because I'm kind of, like, fucked up. Like, it was just the New Jersey oil fields, but I thought it was so fun going through them. It was like endless sprawl of lights, and oh, it was so depressing but really cool. Just lights and like, oh my, there's so much sprawl, I guess. But it was so pretty at night. Okay, there was a lot of lights and I really liked it. My tastes are getting like unbearable as time goes on. I turned the lights off in my basement in Animal Crossing and just like left some glowing things on, and I'm like, this is perfect. I made it look even more like a subway, and I'm like, we've nailed it, boys. This is the aesthetic. Tired subway. Florida? There was not enough Florida in Unova. But they did have like a really tropical area in Black and White too. Definitely like nothing in America that I could possibly think of. That's not necessary for a bomb jump. Oh, bones. This would be fun. What do I do here? Pokemon! That is absolutely correct. Getting Pokemon Lily. Although even now, I don't know. Oh! That was almost my first time dying. Even now, I don't know what time period Yugiri is supposed to be from, but it's very, very likely that it's Edo. No! When did I save last? could be low-key anywhere. Not that far. Yikes. Just far enough to take a break, post a tweet. Oh. Oh, did they mention like Yugiri's specific past? I haven't watched season 2. I don't know when I will. No, I haven't. I watched the beginning where they show everybody doing their part-time jobs, and I was very moved, and I was like, oh, I need to watch this another time. The latency seems to be getting lower. We're moving closer and closer to real time. I always get tripped up here. For numerous reasons. This is like a quintessential shitty platforming room. People are like, point out one fault with Super Metroid, and it is when you die in this particular time and have to do this again and kind of forget whether to do it or not do it. Like, do you go left to go down, or do you just go straight down? And it's really not that easy to redo if you fuck it up, and that's the fault right there. That's the one. I like this glitch. Wait. Clearly, no taste. Yeah, it's like you aim down, and then, oh, everything stops you. Never mind. Yeah, we talked a little bit about it, and you said you really enjoyed it. I think it's gonna bang, honestly. I will say, heavy heart moments. I just, oh my god. you know the friend, I think you do, Noreen. You know the friend that Liz and I lived with that just totally was an absolute ass to us in retrospect and was just super bad times. Just really, really fucked me up, honestly. I tried so hard to, like, give her serotonin by sharing, like, my absolute favorite anime. That months go by, almost all of my favorite anime from the last couple years have, like, shitty memories on them, which is just, like, the most hardcore thing I'll say in this stream with friends. Unfortunately, I'm literally sending my Eurocamp stuff home because I'm not gonna read it this year. I'm not gonna catch up. You know how much I love these series. Like, they've been my favorites for years, but I just can't after, like, just long nights trying to make this really miserable and hurtful person happy with, like, my favorite stuff in the world. And unfortunately, Zombieland Saga falls, like, squarely in that. Like, oh, it sucks. I think, the good news is, we never shared Kaze-san, so I never had to have horrible, hard conversations about Kaze-san and Yamada being problematic or abusive or dysphoric or whatever. Never shared that at all, so I'm just letting that one sit and ride it out. No. I think the good news is when I think about it, I'm like, you know what? It sucks so bad that all that anime just, like, had a ink spill in it, basically, for me emotionally. But I think Zombieland Saga is gonna be fine. Like, I think a lot of stuff that I just, like, totally lost interest in this year, between, like, shifting taste and also, like, shitty associations, I think, odds are I'm not gonna totally get my relationship back with it fully, but Zombieland Saga, I don't know. I feel like that might even be one of my favorite anime of, like, you know, my bunch of favorites, like slice of life stuff that I was super into for the last couple of years. I feel very strongly about that. Like, I really like it for a lot of different reasons. There's a lot of anime that I want to watch. Like, I want to watch Mob Psycho 100, just because I haven't watched anything new in a super long time. I'm not watching the 5 seasons of Boku no Hero that I missed. I'm not binging that. But I've been watching a lot of different stuff recently. Like, I've been watching Adventure Time and loving it really slowly. I might watch Steven Universe just because I can also watch that on my Switch with Hulu, and it's also, like, just short enough not to have ads, which is kind of what makes Adventure Time for me. And I also really like the short feature, but you know, I'm just kind of like, you know, I haven't been watching a lot of anime in general, but I'm kind of easing my way back into it because I don't really want to branch out my taste in games that much more going forward. Like, I'm happy with the video games I play. It's been a fun couple years of exploring them, but I'd rather watch new anime. So you know, one thing I really wanted to watch for just kind of like the themes seem really cool and the special effects and like the ESP stuff. See, I've really been getting interested in Mob Psycho, not Boku no Hero seasons 3 through 5. Not that I genuinely do. I definitely am getting interested in Boku no Hero again. It's not high on my list of stuff to watch or rewatch. You know, I've just been thinking about watching some different stuff, and I think with time, you know, time heals everything. I'll probably reclaim like all of my series that I used to love a lot. But Zombieland Saga just spoke to me for a lot of different reasons. Like, despite the shitty like personal connections, watching it last year was just like, damn, this is like really funny, really hits for me. I don't know. I think that will be one of the first things that I go back to. But I will say, like, I really can hardly touch a lot of the stuff that I used to love because of, like, awful connotations. Yeah, people love it. People love Mob Psycho. It's in our Metroids. Oh my god, no, I actually haven't watched. I think, when Keen Moza got taken off of Crunchyroll, I stopped watching it. No, unfortunately, it was only, like, my absolute favorite anime that got really ruined. Yeah, hard. It was shitty year. Yeah, I really am excited to just like, poke at stuff in different genres and just, broaden my horizons a little bit more. Just because a lot of my tastes have honestly shifted a lot, just in general, since like my super like cutesy slice of life idol years. They're my core of my tastes, but I genuinely have been like Soul Eater is one of my favorite anime again. Not that that's a new anime for me, but rewatching it, I was just like, this really vibes with me. Lag? Seahorse lag? They're slowing Samus down. Yeah, no, don't worry. I mean, that stuff's always gonna be so nostalgic for all the years where I was just like obsessed with it. Yeah, I think just getting like a new perspective on anime by kind of doing different stuff and bringing different tastes to it will probably help shake things up enough, But beyond that, time heals. Yes, we did go from being ironic to talking about the healing process. That is such a lifestyle thing. My stepmom was telling me, like, well, if you commute, it's a good time to get into podcasts, or like, that kind of thing. Like, if you have that time, it's a good time for consuming long things. Yeah, podcasts. It's funny. I really like listening to people talk about stuff that they're weirdly knowledgeable about for a long time, which I think is like it for podcasts as far as I know. So I think there's a lot of chance for me to really enjoy podcasts. It's very much a lifestyle thing for me though. Like I watch the heck out of YouTube because picking up like a 15-minute video in like a format that I'm mad like familiar with already, like people talking about gaming opinions is something I watch all the time. But yeah, I don't know, like if I don't really have like long commutes or anything, but I feel like podcasts and me are gonna be like a very like situational development, like a circumstance-based one. Salvia of the universe sounds good. Yeah. Oh my god, yeah. That's actually it. I can't fucking believe it. I hope the cycle of like me getting too depressed about things like stops soon, maybe. But I was like kind of pivoting to be like a lot more into Idol Master, and then I just really like slammed the brakes on like all idol-y stuff the last couple days. Just it was the shiny colors would have been like a really dope thing for reading and listening, but I very much could go for a new dope thing for listening or reading. I also was listening to Lanju Seiyu's podcast for a while, but then she got into Niji, and I just got like overrun by Love Live fans, and the tone changed, and she got a lot more professional, and it became less relatable, and 2021 sucked ass. Oh my god, it sucked ass in so many ways for me. Was Jenny Nicholson like a film critic or like a film person? I think you sent me that. I feel like you sent me her talking about something really specific. How did I end up out here? It was like not at all vague where I was headed. How did I end up here? Shit. How did I end up out here? Son of a bitch. That was like not a... Jesus. I play this game in a dream state, honestly. You sent me something. I think I've seen Jenny Nicholson talk about Hallmark Christmas videos. No, it was a series of movies that was like not really meant to be taken seriously. Like it might have been vaguely Christmas themed, and she did like a deep dive on it, and I think you sent me that. Bleh. Bleh. Yeah. Sasuka sausage making. Speaking of seeing how the sausage is made, I applied for a volunteer position at Anime Boston, and I really hope I get the position. I feel like I could be good at it. It seems good. I don't know how competitive it is. It seems pretty low key, but I am really excited for that. I really hope that goes away because it'd be super fun to get to know like staff volunteer culture. Damn it! I saw myself out of the room I was supposed to be in. Yeah, I really want to see how cons are run. I literally just saw a career fair, and I'm like, I wonder what kind of volunteers they need. And there's a pretty appealing position, but beyond that, I was sort of realized like, oh, there's hundreds of people who volunteer for this, and like the volunteers and managers have their own like culture and stuff. Like, it was really cool being in the Zoom call and seeing all the different people like catching up and stuff. I was like, oh, this is like a thing. Like this is a thing people do. This is the behind the scenes. I really want it. No, it's not even that bad, with her Seiyu. It was just one of those things where, like, I think I was, unfortunately, #1 on things that friend ruined for me is the Nijigasaki anime. Woo! The last thing that I wanted ruined for me. But I think I was already kind of, on the way out with Nijigasaki, just... I don't know. It's a pretty big topic, but I just really, really liked her voice. I thought she was funny. I didn't understand all that much about what she was saying, but it was just fun. I liked her tone and stuff. It was very personable. It felt very much like seeing kind of like the person inside the Mickey Mouse suit, you know? But you know, it kind of had to become just the Mickey Mouse suit once she became like a face in Nijigasaki. That's kind of like why it just changed, you know. It's not like a mega tragedy or anything. It's just what happens. I don't think I realized it, but it was probably a nice moment of realizing like what I wanted following Seiyu to be more like, and then realizing it's very much not that. Yeah, I want the cool radio. They were like, do you want an overhead or a speaker box with a dock? And I'm like, oh my god, I'm going to be talking to people on the overhead. The panelist for 3:30 didn't take his free Crunchyroll subscription. I have to tackle him over. Layla, you have to tackle the panelist. On my radio, I'm like, got it, and I run down. I'm very ready for jobs, see? I have a very realistic outlook. Down. Why is that a thing? I don't know. We're going down. We're not going around. Am I going oh god, here we go. This is such a fun boss fight. This is such a fun boss fight. It's so hard. It's so hard. Well, it can be. This is going. Oh, this is going really well. Oh, this is. Oh, I've got him. I've got him. I've got him. Back, back. Back. Oh shit, I needed to make that hit. Back. Oh no, 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 no. Open your mouth. Ah, come on, that was so close. Shit. Missiles. Oh, missiles. Missiles. Yay! Oh man. Oh fuck. Yo, that was close. This is dangerous. Oh man. Wait, I nailed it. Oh no, 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 no. There we go, there we go, there we go. Keep it going. Keep it going. Back. Back, 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 back. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Fuck, I'm no good at that. Oh, come on, come on. Back. Back. That was close. Oh my god, no missiles. No missiles for all of that. Oh my gosh. Missile, missile, missile. It's over. This fight is so fun. It's not about doing damage, it's about the tug of war. You have to be on top of it and not get pushed into the wall. And you have to push him back with the right timing. It's so cool to me. Open up. Oh, you're done, you're done, you're done. It's over. Good night. Good night, good prince. Good night, my friend. This is by the way, it's a little bit scary. I'll just say it's gonna be a jump scare. Like right now. It's super cool if you're into it, but I don't want to like scare anybody. And that's just the bones. I think that's so fun. I think that's the craziest death. Bones, yeah. Big bones. Do 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 do. My hunching is catching up to me. The spirit is strong, but my body is weak. I might have to slip you the pizza pause. Pray for Samus. Hello, friends. Tonight I offer you Super Metroid. Tomorrow, who knows? Probably Super Metroid. You know how like sometimes streamers will be like headed towards a goal, like to get like Twitch affiliate or whatnot, or like a certain amount of subs or an achievement like Elite Smash or something. Be like, let's grind. We're on that road to knowing where the other half of the items in Super Metroid are, fam. Like, let's just keep going. We gotta play this 9 more times together, and maybe I'll be able to do a randomizer finally, so you don't watch the exact same gameplay every weekend when I want to hang out. Okay. Road to Zebes. Road to destroying planet Zebes. This is one of those Metroid games where the planet does not survive our time with it. It has to be sent away, as a matter of fact. This gives me a bit of anxiety. I don't fully remember why I'm falling here. All bomb jump run. Super Metroid challenge. Can Super Metroid be beaten with only bomb jump? I don't want to find out. Get out of here. Do you really require a super missile? That's such a Metroid Dread moment. Instead of turning into a ball to go under here, they added a really much needed move in Dread, which is sliding. You can keep your momentum and just slide under things like that. No. This better be the right. This better be correct. Like, I think the platforming in this game would have had potential, even without, like, the more crazy power-ups, if it weren't entirely, like, jumping from little, like, stilt to stilt, like a series of piers or whatnot. Actually, there's a question. I know a pier is, like, the long boardwalk you go on in a beach, like, a long platform. What do you call the... Damn, that ate my HP. What do you call the tall pillars themselves? Like at some beaches you'll see just like a wooden pillar in the water, where sometimes like there is a boardwalk like built between them, but sometimes there's not. I feel like there's a word for those. I don't remember it though. Again, it must look like Samus is getting a moment of like divine inspiration every time she just like stops what she's doing to do exactly the right thing, because I just like remember what to do now. That said, this is a bit more complicated than I thought. I know this is totally, well, it might not be, but it is. Oh. Right? I think there's a word. It's not buoy. It's not pier. I already said pier. Is this also super missile? Super bomb? Oh! Yeah, This is where stuff starts to get fun. The really weird moments. Wait, I don't... Fly! Fly, Samus. Here we go. Grapple beam. So this is something that definitely sucks a lot of the time, but is shockingly fun a lot of the time. I like my grapple beam. Minor grapple beam gender. Honestly, it feels slightly stiffer and worse in Dread. I think I'm getting something wrong, but it feels slightly stiffer and more awkward in Dread, which is not how it should be. But I haven't played any iterations of it between this and Dread, so it may not be Dread's fault specifically. This is something you would expect to suck so hard in an old game, but it kind of doesn't. Like, it does from time to time, but it doesn't always suck. I love how fast those are. Boardwalks are for pedestrians. Then what is, are piers for, like, vendors and cars? What are these things? I forgot. Those are like living leaks. Ooh, ooh, no, don't kill me. It's a terrible time to die. Noreen looks away for 2 seconds and there's leaks. Doesn't always suck. I was watching a review for a product that got given to Nintendo Life that was a YouTube channel called Nintendo Life that was like a portable TV that you put your Switch in. It's basically a dock, but it kind of is selling itself like a massive screen, which admittedly one visually impaired person mentioned looked like it could be good for them. But I think this person deserves a better product because there were so many problems with it. It was a massive thing, the size of probably my Surface or a bit smaller. You stick your Switch into like a socket in the back, which the reviewer was like, this feels terrible to put it in. Like, it feels crunchy to put my Switch into here, and this thing has a screen. The Joy-Cons are just dangling off the sides, so you're gonna snap them off if you hold it by just the Joy-Cons, because the screen is so much bigger than the Joy-Cons, so they have to give you an additional product to put on there. And the thing needs its own power source because it's basically a Switch dock, so you have to strap a battery to it, and they don't send you the battery. So it's this massive, awful contraption that's heavy, probably would blind you, may have a nice purpose for like curling up, or if you are visually impaired and want to have like a small portable thing for playing handheld. I literally just commented like, this thing sucks. It was just like, in the most like loving way, I was just like, this object is terrible at doing what it does. Like, it seemed like a prototype. Like, if you have to make that many caveats, like, oh, it's a Switch screen, but you have to strap a battery to it, and you can't use it the way that we built it with the Joy-Cons. You're gonna snap your Joy-Cons off. Your product needs some provisions. Like, I don't think it's a bad idea, because I could picture myself curling up with it and loving it, and also it would be really nice for people who can't see the screen for like a normal Switch, but they don't want to have it on TV. That sounds like an awesome product, but this was a terrible... It was just like the most painful looking object I've seen in a long time. Like, it just didn't look like a happy object, and the reviewer was just like laughing, trying to explain it. Oh no! Oh my god, I was trying to be careful. It's a good thing that didn't hurt me worse. They were like little eels, little green eels in the water. They looked like swimming leaks. That's all I could describe, all I could compare them with. So it's time to test the sketchiness of our new toy, because I want to grab the item over here, but I really can't mess up the swing or I'm gonna die a few times. Super missiles are good, but yeah, I need energy. A wise person once said, get on Tinder. Tinder already sent me a message during this stream. They need to stop. Yikes. If people want me, they can come find me. At Layla Stardrop on Twitter. Doxes myself, says my specific building on campus. They can find me in the redacted building on campus. So with this grapple beam, I'm just gonna wander around and find things. That's right, they know where they can find me. I'm under the Disgaea 5 Alliance of Vengeance category on YouTube, streaming Super Metroid for 3 people. They can find me. I'm not hard to find. This is one of the most fun parts of the game. I mean, I kind of enjoy all of it, but people really get excited about Metroidvanias that eventually build you to a point where you can kind of go wherever you want in like a non-linear way. You've got the options to explore a bunch of different places at once. And it's never like incredibly free. I think Hollow Knight is one of the most free ones that I've experienced, but here you can do a whole lot of minor stuff whenever you want right now. And it's really not that non-linear. Like, you really do need to get to certain objectives, but there's all different ways you can go to get there, so it's fun. It's fun, because this whole 3 hours has been pretty much the same order I do it in every time. And it's so funny, the skip I tried to do with the high jump, it's such a minor skip. It's literally, do you go downstairs and grab the high jump before you go to fight Kraid, or do you not and maybe do it after, or maybe skip it? I know there's probably other stuff I don't know about, but in terms of what I know, it's laughably minor. You're basically just being guided, which I've, heard people talk all about as like a good way to teach folks the basics without making it too obvious. This is what I could have been doing every day if gosh. I spent a lot of time thinking about stuff that I might want to do, for YouTube, and I couldn't really get away from this idea of doing like a Metroidvania themed channel, as I think most of you know. I was just thinking like, I could review games, I could stream games, I'd love to have a particular genre. And it wasn't that wasn't a fun idea, because it was fun and I thought about it a lot. But I think it was having this like very clear idea of like something I could do that made me slowly start to realize like, well, I don't really want to rush into this. And in the last weeks especially, because I am kind of getting the itch to do this kind of thing again, like I made a little tiny tweet thread yesterday. I've just kind of been realizing like, I don't know, I think I'm kind of growing out of my desire to attain any kind of internet fame. Not from like the world is terrible and I don't want people to know me, I just want to be a hermit, all that kind of thing. More just like that's not really what I have energy for. Like, I don't know, I've clung very hard to the idea that I'm eventually gonna do some content creation, and obviously the doors are open, I can always do this in the future, I'm young, but just in terms of judging my interest in what I want to do, I just realized like I kind of have been a little bit out of touch with myself, and I realized like, like it's not glamorous, but it is really fun. I don't know, maybe it's one of those growing up lessons where I'm realizing how nice it is to do like dumb fun stuff like this, and kind of just frankly like I've had a few similar thoughts about music. Like I don't put in the work, I never put in the work to be anything more than like a decent musician. I didn't put in the work, I didn't have the passion for the long hours and whatnot, the dedication to improving myself that it would have taken to be outstanding. And that's just what it is. Like, I don't know, when I was younger I didn't really understand that it's okay to not be the best, and I think I'm having a similar thought with like not really needing to be some sort of like quasi-successful hobbyist with any of this stuff. Like I've always kind of thought that I wanted to be. I don't know, it's a very fundamental thing. I'm just kind of realizing my values are shifting a bit, and I'd kind of rather put like, hobby versus pastime. This is a pastime. I'm brain dead right now. And I never really did enjoy like I kind of wanted my YouTube videos on this channel to get, here, now it's a proper last video. I kind of wanted them to get discovered, I won't lie. Like, I think it was just kind of happenstance that I didn't do anything to promote them. I would have liked them probably getting discovered a bit, but that didn't happen. And I'm realizing, I think a lot of stuff goes into YouTubing that I don't think about. There's a lot of stuff that I don't really care about, like, I don't know, like learning about actual methods of how to promote stuff and how to engage with your followers and how to get stuff out there. It's not really the part of it that I enjoyed, and I didn't really do that during my like COVID channel era. I just didn't really do it, so maybe I'm, I still don't have an interest in doing that. Even though I have ideas for like things I'd like to make, I haven't exactly been like, I want to get out there and really push and put in the hours and reach an audience. Like that's not really, I don't know, maybe I'm just into like the superficial element of it, like exclusively the sharing. I've just been having that kind of thought, like, is this actually, am I aligned with like the quasi-successful hobbyist route, or am I just aligned with the idea of that because I'm young and I want to be successful in everything I do, and I haven't realized that what I'm more built for is just, like a painter who paints to relieve stress, somebody who has OBS Studio just to play Super Metroid for her friends. I've just kind of been falling into that in my head so fast that I'm like, okay, let's reflect. I don't know if this hobby is for me. People keep finding us. Me and Food for Dogs. Food for Dogs does like Disgaea. No, that's the thing. I think I really enjoy internet stuff. Like, I would love to, I don't know, I've tweeted about this. Like, I think I'd rather just put more love into my Twitter and be satisfied with it than go and create some new venue for hearing me talk on. I would love to just meet people on Twitter and help them out with their projects and stuff. Focus more on enjoying stuff than sharing my enjoyment. Yeah, finite time and energy. Yeah, definitely find us. Yeah, isn't it? Isn't it just? I mean, it's a very new thing, and I'm sure YouTubers will tell you all about like, you know, all the pitfalls and all the danger. I've heard that from so many people over the years, but it's such a cultural thing. It's just such a big thing. And I'm like, oh, I've always kind of wanted to do it. And it's like, yeah, no shade. I think a lot of people have always wanted to do that. I think this is one of the, I mean, I get better at it every time, but I think this is one of the worst sections for the grapple beam. But I think it's one of the only sections that like straight up can be unpleasant with the grapple beam, which is impressive for what it is. It's not the smoothest little object. And there are some sections that are downright fun and smooth. I know I had a much worse time my first time. This guy is a great example though, like, I really enjoy putting time into that. I don't know, I've never really let myself pour my time and energy into something that's like just for my own enjoyment. It's usually like, oh, I can't wait to share this with people, which you know, especially Noreen, like watch all of my videos on this channel. I'm very minded with like, how do I share this with people? Like I don't often let myself just sink into something with no thoughts on how to like connect with people on it. And Disgaea is a great, you know, personal space. It's like a very good personal time sink. It's so gratifying. Subject change. We are taking it down a couple serious levels. I am totally back into RPGs because I love raising characters. Oh my god, that is such an appeal to like all of the RPGs that I grew up playing. Like Disgaea is just so gratifying. Just seeing my characters get a little bit stronger every day. And regardless of the milestones, just knowing that like I put the time in for them to get a bit tougher, it's just so fulfilling, and it never stops. It's just endless. You can put so much time and energy into those fellows. It is such an appeal of it to me. Oh my gosh, yeah. Man, yeah, I love, I don't know. One of, as you're watching happen, as Samus becomes way stronger, one of like the things people always talk about, as far as I know with Metroid, is how strong Samus becomes. And a lot of the story is like Dread especially tie into that, just that feeling of getting really tough as you go through. And I don't know, I'm like, is that some sort of subconscious commonality between my RPG brain and my Metroidvania brain? Like, you know, anyone who's played Hollow Knight knows like how much stronger you feel by the end of the game, and it's an awesome feeling. It's a very, very fun feeling. I know that's common to a lot of video games, but Samus just has some like cheat code abilities, basically. It gets super silly. You go from being like alone and just picking at stuff to like floating through these areas. It's super satisfying. I also really like just kind of like scale. I was thinking about like the one thing that I think is really great about both Disgaea stories that I've been playing is how well they make a scale. Like the bad guy is such a large scale bad. Like even compared to other like science fantasy like Galactic Empire type things, they just do such a good job of showing him like decimate things that are much larger than you, like entire planets and whatnot, when you're very clearly like a small group of people. Just the scope is very excellent, and using like the endless leveling to like make the enemies and generals be like so much tougher than you. It's a nice thing to have going on in a game where you are growing stronger, is to have like benchmarks and stuff or watermarks that are like so high plot wise and like gradually overcome them. It just, that story felt so vast because of how huge the danger felt, and that made the story itself a lot more like interesting. Disgaea 6 has had more like massive, unfathomably large emotional, like I'm sure I only know the half of it, but the first act was just like a huge emotional scope. Like think about how heavy Homura felt in Madoka Magica, like once you found out she was like, she'd been doing what she's doing like hundreds of times. Imagine if she was being manipulated. Just like taking that huge emotional chunk, just the emotion of Homer has been going through time loops for ages, and then not just letting it be there as like, and that's why she's strong, and that's why she's sad, but like making that a factor in other plots, like having that whole experience be handled by something even bigger than her. It's just, oh, I love that scope. Just the hugeness of those feelings is so cool to me. I think so much is just like if I had a friend that could give me the equipment, I probably would do that. Like absolutely, I would have a VTuber rig right now if I had any access to a VTuber rig. I thought you knew. That's awesome. Vroid? I'm gonna remember that. I've used like free apps before, but I didn't see any connection to OBS on them. That's interesting. That's I see. It's super funny you say that, because I think one of the things that gnawed at me in Dragalia Lost, which is one of the gotchas I have sunk more time into, was the fact that I felt like I was just getting caught up. Like, you know, I had a few friends, so I had like, you know, one Dragalia Lost friend that was super hardcore, our mutual, and it just felt like something that really got to me during those days. Something that really got to me during those days was feeling like I was doing just what's expected to catch up. Like, I also played a bit of competitive Pokemon, and I didn't like that getting to level 100 with perfect stats and everything was a prerequisite versus the journey itself, because of course we're talking about competitive games, which are based on, you know, you've got to have the best possible loadout, and then it's what you do with that that's interesting. That's just not really my genre, and I think games, which I guess are kind of like team building, but are really more like, you know, gotcha, like, do you have the best units, like Sifas, the leveling was fun, but it didn't feel like it was enough simply to level, and getting to the end didn't feel like a huge accomplishment because it was just doing enough to be optimal. Because when you're trying to min-max, the goal is just get to the top, which I'm not saying like, oh, Disgaea is nothing like that, or Pokemon is nothing like that when you're not competitive. I just mean, like, I'm not interested in arriving as much as I am the journey of, like, you know, I get more payoff from the journey and milestones and seeing benchmarks of characters getting stronger and it paying off versus simply doing that as an expectation. Like, the prerequisite is just like power leveling, getting them as strong as you can, and then that's it. Like, then the real game begins, you know. There's nothing wrong with that. That's just a different genre than I'm interested in. Which is, Dragalio's very much like, yeah, it costs so much materials to get somebody fully leveled, but that was just what you have to do to start using them on your teams once you get to the end game content. Like, that's just what you do. And it's just about who you use, not how strong they are, because the expectation is that you've built them, even though that's a pretty big cost. So I never felt like I was getting ahead. I felt like I was catching up by building a character. Like, it was expected I had to build them. Oh, sorry. Once you hear that, it's over. You're never gonna forget it. That's something that started with my friends who didn't like the game, and I was like, don't call it Sif-ass. But after time went on, I'm like, nope, it's Sif-ass. It's hurt me enough. Yeah, I'm like very much not trying to paint any RPG as like objectively better by design than a gacha game, but I think gacha games are good examples of, like I said, you're just trying to catch up, and the intrigue is in who you're using or who you have access to, and they have to be fully leveled. The intrigue isn't like the payoff of catching your character up, it's what you do with them. Yeah, I still got the words. But I don't have the grapple beams. you like our beach episode? Isn't it just such a relaxing beach with this nice white sand? Looks soft, doesn't it? The sun is out. The water is clear. I'm so foolish. No. Nah. Yay. No! Ugh. This is something that happens in the second half of the game. The significantly better platforming. There are some moments where it's like, oh, you fell. Fuck you. There's some real backtracking. Bye bye, frozen fishy. Was it a fangy fish that was growing out of the wall? Like kind of a big one? Because those enemies appeared in like water and not water situations, I think. But it may have been here. I might not be thinking of the right one. I'm just indiscriminately freezing fish and leaving them. Come on. Go away. Chill out. Oh, come on. And nobody in the chat played Super Metroid after that. Really? Same fish. Really. Well, to be fair, I hit the wrong button, so a lot of this is just on me. I am so disappointed in the Sif-Ass story. It is just, they really had to pick one. They had to pick, like, are we gonna go for a complicated story with the Niji characters, or are we gonna have a crossover story? Because you can't, like, like, whatever tension they build with the Niji girls and their drama and their new rivals, you can't diffuse or settle that with, like, Umi Sonoda is giving advice because we hung out and wrote a song together once. Like, the emotions are just so jarring, which wouldn't be a problem in a cute game about seeing cute friends if they weren't trying to, like, do stuff with all these, like, villains and redemption stories and stuff. Oh my god, I keep hitting B instead of A. I'm not pressing B anymore. I got, like, nauseous playing the, like, Mia and Lonju take over the school arc because the emotions were just all over the place. Like, by all intents and purposes, it should have been a sin that I abandoned Rena based on the fact that Kasumi and Emma were pissed at everyone who betrayed. But Rena just didn't care about the people who like defected. And Diver Diva didn't see anything wrong with what they did. And I didn't really play enough to say like, to see like if they were like punished at all for betraying. But, oh my god, it was just all over the place. Like, Shizuku and Kasumi had this whole fight, and I was like, oh my god, this is sad. But, like, the girls who defected legitimately saw nothing wrong with what they were doing, and the bridge was never gapped. Like, it was never explained. It was never said, like, I don't know, Emma and Kasumi did not have these, like, dramatic realizations of like what their friends valued and as to why they broke their hearts. There was just such emotional dissonance, which is just piled on top of the emotional dissonance of like every iteration not agreeing upon how serious some of these friendships are. Which again, this might sound so trivial to people who like aren't into this stuff, but like it's all we have. It's all that there was for intrigue besides like the fashion. And the music. I enjoy Nijigasaki music a lot more than other branches. Here we go. Yeah, that's never been that difficult for me before. That was a special little moment. Oh. It's actually a really good pun. I hate to say it. It's like a really good pun. Like, I really hate to say it. I laugh at it, but I totally stand by it. Like Diva Diva, it's really fun to me. I agree with you that like every single other one was a lot better. Like Soul Luna and even the fruit ones were a lot more appealing to me. But Diva Diva, it's really good in Japanese. You've had that block up for a while. That Anju stuff started ages ago. It's probably good that I stopped when I did, because like Liz and I both played a lot of the Sifas story, and we were just like, after a while, like at least compared to other iterations of I, we were like, is I a good friend or not? Like she just kind of seemed like a bit of a space shot flake in a lot of the Sif stories, and I think that was just poor writing. Like, I don't think they could really commit to whether or not she had lessons to learn about friendship from anything that she went through. And that's pretty essential to her character. And from what I've heard, people started to, like, super hate Diver Diva right when I stopped, which, gotta get out of there. I'm not here for that. Like, if the writing gets worse, like, they just don't resolve shit, yeah, that'd be really uncomfortable. I don't want to see that on those two characters. But then we get to the kernel of truth, which is you're just setting yourself up for disappointment by caring this much about the girls. But like you said, Burb, like what are we supposed to care about in the game? Like it's either super detailed niche team building or the story. So I think we're in the right to be disappointed by the story, and we're definitely in the right to be disappointed by the story if we're Nijigasaki fans, and this is supposed to be our big moment. The times, they were good. I got a lot of joy out of the small things with Nijigasaki, but I'm not that passionate anymore. But I have had long times away from some things that I once loved an awful lot, and then come back to like really, really fuck with them. Like, I spent 4 years just kind of not caring about Fire Emblem Awakening, and Lucina was just kind of a ghost. Like, I didn't really resent her the way that I'm kind of resenting at least the creators of Nijigasaki right now, but all of a sudden it went from apathetic ghost to one day I was like, hey, I fuck heavy with Fire Emblem again now. So I think I just need some time away from this media stuff that once meant a lot and is now full of emotional ghosts and a lot of disappointment. But I can also talk about what was wrong with it in very specific terms now because I've had some time. But anybody listening can probably tell I probably shouldn't consume too much more of it while I'm this disappointed. Oh, you are not easy to dodge. Uh-oh. 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 Yay! Oh. Ow. Yeah. Nichigon. Layla? Larva. Layla Larva. There's a pun. Was it because of the story? I think that's kind of the vibe that I got. People hated her. Although I also heard like Japanese fans hated Mari for being blonde, so that could have happened again. Dodges a bullet. No! It's not been this long since I saved. I'm gonna go get some damn energy tanks at that rate. Damn. Well. Is this that room? No. It's a little different. So it's not the way forward. Of course, I and Mari being blonde is pretty culturally different, but I did hear that Mari was just like beloathed by a lot of Japanese fans for her hair. And I mean, again, possibly literally being American and not Japanese is a pretty big factor. Yeah, fuck yeah. That's so disappointing. That's so disappointing. I used to be so in tune that I could do this jump and grab that without having the grapple hook. Yeah, Nijion was genuinely nice. I really liked the style, and I liked the humor, and they were able to adapt a lot of the different developments that came from the other medias, like, back into themselves in a way that didn't feel like it was, like, violating the emotional integrity of it. Like, it was one of the first things to really play up Ai and Rina, and it had its own way of... it was so sweet when the Rina face reveal happened. I think it was extremely unceremonious and a little bit invasive and stiff-ass, but they made the sweetest 4-coma, especially the way it was animated and voiced for revealing her face in Nijion. It just really fit. They gave it a certain degree of, like, care. And yeah, like, not only would it be unfathomable for I to do anything that would hurt Rina's feelings and not learn a lesson about how much she messed up in the anime, like, that'd be such an arc based on the emotional tone of the anime, but that wouldn't even fly in Nijion. Like, that just, obviously there's no reason to even try to develop a plot like that in Nijion, but it just wouldn't. No, they're so close, like, no. And they've brought all of the characters in. Of course, it's easier to when you can just make it light and goofy. At least, like, I'm pretty sure, at least I've seen a design for you in Nijion. I don't know if she's really been in it yet. I think she has been. But, you know, they didn't really have to do the heavy lifting to adapt those characters in because there's no plot, really. But, I don't know. I just like it was always able to be kind of a grounding point for me. And to be fair, that's not a very big grounding point. It's not a very grand thing to be focused on if it's like your favorite thing, like it was for me for all those years. So, hence why the disappointment started to build up when you're living for a webcomic that's doing shockingly well, but really isn't like supposed to be like the focal point of your series. On a Saturday night. There is a Spamton animation that I think is just so good. I don't like super recommend it if you're like afraid of puppets or anything, and they do a really good job making it like just a little bit uncanny valley because it's like 3D animated and like pretty like realistic, like looks like a real puppet. It's so good. It's like one of those like really high quality 3D animations. It's like a fully voiced sequence from one of the like kind of creepier conversations with him, and it's just so good how they voice some things. Like there's quotes from honestly multiple Deltarune fan animations that like are a permanent part of my vocabulary every day. I can like totally recite parts of that, the way that they voice that sequence. Chris, all alone on a Saturday night. Chris, are you looking all alone on a Saturday night? I can interest you in $5.99. Friends? We don't need friends. You and I... Chris, you and I are gonna shoot for the stars. We don't need any man, woman, or child. We don't need Mike. Mike. So creepy. I love it. $20 million anime? Spoiler? What? $20 million anime. $10 webcomic. Oh man! Did you watch all of Superstar Narine? I won't ask for spoilers if you don't want spoilers. I have only watched up to halfway through when I think Ren is going to join, because it was a really good episode where they introduced Ren's backstory and kind of like her home situation and her parent situation, and I was floored. I thought that was like the coolest, and I already had loved like every single episode of it. Just kind of like as anime, like not even for Love Live reasons, which was a big part of why I got out. Like I realized like, oh, I'm here for the wrong reasons. Anyhow, I haven't really seen like the climax or anything though. all the chapters of, like, Sivas? Yeah, I mean, you might as well. Like, if you're into it, you know, yeah, it's a whole bunch of stuff to read. Oh, that's good. That's good. I kind of would have been shocked if they threw that in there as like a super serious thing. I don't know. Oh, come on, I was so close. On a Saturday night. Oh my god, I love Superstar so much. Oh my god, it got me out of Love Live. I literally can't beat around the bush. I was genuinely making excuses for 3 anime that I didn't connect with all that much besides, like, the fever of the moment and, like, having it be a social thing and being, like, obsessed with the characters and stuff. Like, Nijigasaki had some moments, but it's hard to appreciate because of the huge emotional cloud with which I view anything that happened with that really dangerous friend. But just the way that, I guess it was heartbreaking because I know it was intentional. Like, I just think it got the development support that it needed, that Nijigasaki exclusively did not get. I just think Nijigasaki feels cheap and like they're doing the very best they can do with what they were given, which is awesome. Like, there's some awesome stuff. There's some stuff I'll never forget. There are some awesome episodes. But seeing a big budget anime with just like a really awesome, like, soft reboot feel, just like genuinely really trying to get to the heart of what Love Live is about and not being into it for Love Live reasons was heartbreaking. Like, I don't stan any of those girls. Like, I'm not buying their merch. Like, I didn't get into it for Love Live reasons. I got into it for anime reasons. And that's why I'm gonna watch fucking, like, Mob Psycho or something. And it's, I don't know. I like a good story. I like pretty animation. I like cool, well-rounded characters. I'm not gonna make excuses for, like, a really basic anime just because I'm obsessed with the IP anymore. I mean, I'm always going to be nostalgic about these anime, especially when the emotional clouds are gone. But, you know, yeah. It was equally sad and beautiful because I knew why it was so good. And it did nothing for Love Live as a property. It actually hurt my relationship with Love Live as a property because I was so mad we could have had this for Nijigasaki. Yeah, that's fun. But legitimately, like, out of the context of Love Live, so fun. I love those characters. But, like, I wouldn't want to buy, like, acrylic stands of them. Like, it feels just, that's just not how I relate to them. I really like them in their context of the anime. All right, that can trip you up. That can be a real tough one. And we're gonna do it again because I really want to grab whatever is on the other side of Deltarune. No, I respect what you mean by that, but there won't be a single thing you don't know about in the year 2029. I'm sorry. I don't believe that you're gonna be able to maintain hype and avoid spoilers for like 7 more years. Total respect. I love Deltarune. I would never do that. But again, like, it's not, I'm not saying it's not disappointing to be fed it like bit by bit. It's also exciting in the same way. Yeah, nothing like broke the immersion. Like, Superstar had just like a really constant, like, solid emotional texture. Like, it just felt really real. It just felt quality. Like, I'm not enough of an anime critic to find any problems with it, but I am enough of an anime fan to say that it felt like a better production than what my favorite unit got. This is just the snarkiest, like, end of year vent. Jeez. One thing that I think Ed Sheeran gave as a quote that my songwriting teachers would tell us was, all this backstory I can pull from now. I'm so old. I think it was Ed Sheeran or somebody, but I'm sure it's been said many times in many ways. Merry Christmas. Was like writing music, I'm sure a lot of other things, is like turning on a faucet in a house, like an old house. when you first turn on the faucet, it's gonna be like all gunk and shit. Like it's gonna be like dirty stuff, but you have to let that gunk come out for the clean water to come out, which my teachers always used to talk about. Like, your first couple ideas are gonna be shitty, like especially if you're out of practice. Like the first few things you create are gonna suck and you're gonna have to warm up, but it's okay because they're just the gunk. I feel like that's kind of how venting works. Like if you really got it all built up, sometimes it's the shitty stuff that has to come out first, but once that's out, you move on and the nicer ideas come out, I guess. Not that we can't just get together and vent in our capitalist hellscape in the year 2021. Juno's just listening like the frightened monkey puppet meme. I'm glad I don't like Love Live. Oh. No. Now, one exciting thing is I bought a huge itch.io bundle of indie games during a huge fundraiser. I think Celeste was in there, if not Celeste and Hollow Knight. So like I haven't quite crossed the bridge of having them on multi-platforms, but anything in that bundle I could stream. I kind of doubt Hollow Knight is in there because I'm pretty sure Celeste was like the biggest name, but there might be other big names, or if not, there might be other small names. So there's a lot of other computer games I could stream. But they're not Super Metroid, are they? Okay, go, 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 go. I can't. I don't have it in me to do it a third time. But isn't that an E-tank? Or is that a super missile tank? That's an E-tank. I want to. I've honestly been like kind of in a groove grinding out these platforming hell things, so I might just do it until my goodwill breaks. Oh my god, the wrap up is... Oh man. Yeah, Nijigasaki fall through the cracks, and that was apparent the second they revealed Superstar. Oh my god, I will. That's actually peak. Oh my gosh. Is that like episode 10, like filler? Not filler, but like a funny episode. Oh my god, I did that easy. I'm gonna try again. I know that I can do the jump for this thing. It smells like seafood. Sometimes my landlord just starts cooking fish at midnight. This is like not the only time this week I've smelled her start making fish at like 11 or later. That's interesting. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I don't watch TV. Like, there's some mediums I just don't. Yes! Yes! There's some mediums I just don't fuck with. Hell yeah. Oh my god. Dread. One clear critique of Dread is, sometimes they'll do parts of a health tank instead of a whole health tank, and then that wouldn't be bad on its own because it would be just more unlockables, but they are not consistent, and they also have like good missile tanks and like normal missile tanks. So you would think that the hardest puzzles would give you a good version of the power-up, but quite often the easy puzzles give you a good one and the hard puzzles give you a normal one. So there's way too many moments where you grind your ass off and then you get like a quarter of a present, or like a significantly worse version of what you could have gotten for less effort. It's just a very basic game design thing to me. Like, why would you not use the better reward for the harder puzzle? Like, how do you have a counter to that idea? Why does that need subversion? I don't even know if it was intentional. Oh my god, Lancer RPG! This is now a collaborative stream, meant only to be watched by the people who are giving me games to play on it. Yeah, you've got your groove down with the podcast video games. Oh, good. No, it looked funny. Like, I think I saw a couple jokes from it. I didn't have like a super distasteful impression of that. Oh, I wanted to do... Glad I remembered. Thank you all for reminding me. I knew I wanted to do something in this. Is this? Yeah. Run. Better writing. Oh my god, I lost my mind at the student. I think it was just kind of like the first half of a kind of serious episode, and it may have even been the one where I stopped, where they're introducing like the serious parts of Ren's life. This is a funny section. I think there's 2 missile tanks hidden behind other missile tanks. Like, I want another one, and then you get another one. I thought it was so... I thought Sumire... I did... Oh my god, it is. There's 3 of them. I thought Sumire was so funny in the episode where, like... everyone's like, oh, we need to get political power, so we need to win class president and fight the Seito Kaicho. And they're like, oh, Kanon should do it. And Sumire is like, no, it has to be me. And they're like, I'd rather Kanon does it. And they just like... I think it's not that funny on its own, but the way that the comedy was so funny for that for me. Just like the way that like it was such a simple thing, but like the way they executed it was just so fucking funny. Like Sumire just like getting like Nico like just getting snubbed over and over again. Like Kanon had no interest, but everyone was like, yeah, Kanon's kind of more the leader person. Every character was good. I like every one of those characters, and even though I haven't seen much of Ren, I already was starting to love her from when she was like shyly peeking in on Chisato, when Chisato was like clearly doing something bad for herself by like training for like the dance war, and she was just like shyly peeking in. Like they really layered in the endearing like at just the right time. That's true. 10:30 is still fish time. Yeah, they hate each other. I do kind of forget why they hate each other. I thought Sumire started it in like the War Against Sumire episode. That was so funny when she kidnaps Kana. Oh my god, I love that anime. I might finish it. I've been debating finishing it if I have it like in my heart, not to become like very sad about Love Live watching it. There's games aplenty to play, none of which really make me sad. Their fighting could have gotten so boring so fast. It never got boring. Up to and including like, oh no, we have to share a bed. Like, they were hilarious during the episode where it was like the first half of the 2-part arc, but like Kanon and Chisato kind of. Like they were just comic relief and they were so good when they were meeting like their idols on the island. I'm a little bit geared up and I'm like emotionally ready to try Phantoon again. I just like, no matter what, I don't think I can get a closer save point. Well, I can get a better save point, but I can't get like a good save point to this boss, so I never realized how much I don't want to die to it before. They do just hate each other. she said something like really mean. I think it might have been like trying to like characterize her Japanese as like kind of a foreigner, like maybe using like a little bit too harsh of a word, which I have done in the past accidentally. But she said something like really mean to Sumire in like the first time they were fighting, kind of for real, before they were friends. It was like very, very early on. I forget what it was, but she said something that like made me uncomfortable. Oh my god, I was once asked like my opinion on Elon Musk, because sometimes we'll just like pull from celebrities in Japanese class, and I accidentally said something like not only way too harsh, but I also conjugated it wrong. Like she immediately understood what I meant, but I was just like, it was like anime level rude. I was just like clearly like, I hate him, and that was a valid answer, but I said it wrong. It was so embarrassing. Yeah, that was like a legitimate conflict. I think it was resolved, but it was a legitimate conflict. I bought it. That was a good episode. I very strongly call it a soft reboot, because it reminds me a lot of Super Mystery Dungeon, where I just constantly got the impression like, oh, they're really excited. Like, they went down to the core of what this franchise is about and then based this around that. Like, yeah, it was just about girls saving their school and fighting the student council president, but it was only superficially similar. Or how do I say, like, even if they were doing a fundamentally similar thing, everything about the execution and how much gravity they allowed everything to have, and like the emotional tones, it was so HD. It was just so much more. It was just a whole new level of cool story. Which again isn't really what I think you should be into Love Live for, so I'm seeing myself out. It's been a good run. I've been trying to kind of make an Instagram profile for like local friends, and I had in there as a cute thing like 4-year-long Love Live phase, like 1 month before my Love Live phase ended. I was like, really? Like after 4 years of a consistent Love Live phase, I finally like publicly or whatever, like, yeah, I might as well acknowledge this. And then it finally ends. So sad. Oh, no. Kanon's fainting was so good. We need an idol who has an overactive vasovagal nerve that causes fainting as a response. Something about the first episode like really portrayed her anxiety so believably. I love her guitar. Music was such a good part of her life. Chisato was one of my favorite characters too. I just like her. I don't know. She's just good energy. I think for a lot of it, Cuckoo was actually one of the only characters that I felt like didn't have a lot of complexity. For at least the episodes that I watched, she kind of felt like the only like kind of one note-ish like gag character, which was a lot more prominent in the older generations, but everyone else was like very fleshed out. I don't know. It's not like Cuckoo wasn't like super endearing though, so it wasn't like a problem. I just kind of noticed like everybody here kind of has a lot going on, but she's kind of just an airhead with like a lot of passion, which isn't even bad. Like, I could have watched the whole anime of just Kanon and Cuckoo like doing like a buddy cop thing. I can't believe I have to work with you. No, I actually love you. Like the first 3 episodes really left an impact on me. Like building up to Tiny Stars. I loved their friendship so much. Girls being girls. I did a really good job passively getting myself super into music that I had never really listened to before via YouTubing stuff. Like Beach House very much was my most played artist of 2020, which is like I had never listened to them before the Hollow Knight Let's Play, and I only got into Vaporwave during Grid Night back in like June. I was like, what's Vaporwave? I've heard so much about it. I knew I wanted to listen to it, but it was just my excuse to like really inundate myself with it passively and not let myself know that I was getting myself into something new. And then that became far and away my most listened to music of 2021. I love this shit so much. Oh man. Well, it's not like I haven't done this a million times. Tonight. That was tight. Oh man. Yeah, I think it's like I was reaching for something like that. Like, oh, you know, Kanon's the this and Cuckoo's the that, and it's a subversion. I think it's kind of like what people wanted to call Ayumu, where it's like, oh, Ayumu looks like she should be the shy one, but she's actually the protagonist. But then most iterations of Niji didn't actually make her the protagonist at all. To varying degrees of success and likability. But Kanon genuinely was kind of like, yeah, she kind of had like, I guess I'm just spitballing, but like she kind of had like the stern and the like shy friend together, like Kotori and Umi, where like she was very pragmatic, but also very like, I don't know, like kind of silly in her own way. I don't know. But I agree, even if she did the job of the hero, and it was pretty believable when they were like, she's the president, she's the leader, like, obviously it's not Sumire. I believed it. It felt different. Like, I feel like she functioned very well without having to be consumed by the role, which is really cool. Are you kidding me? You all saw how close that was. You're all watching intently, obviously, as I do this for the 17th time. That is kind of a pretty fish. The water sections get nice. I wish I was not getting stumped on the same things over and over again, because the water sections are some of my favorite. And it didn't really get to them last time I played this. I stopped, like, where I'm about to get to. Big quotes on about to get to, because I'm not making that much progress anymore. That made me laugh. I forgot about that. Oh my god, that episode was so good. Oh my god. You're totally right. Cuckoo is the, like, Honoka. Like, bit for bit. She totally was the airhead, like, charmed leader. Oh my god. That was so impactful. When they, like, again and again and again show, I kind of forget how it was executed, but I remember Kanon, like, in the moment making the decision to, like, help Cuckoo. Oh my god, that was the best scene. Oh my god, where you've been seeing Kanon get caught up in the anxiety every single time, and then for the first time out of nowhere, you see Cuckoo get too anxious to sing, and then Kanon immediately does what she has to. That's just awesome. Like, that's just very sweet. You're all gonna go on Twitter and be like, Layla's still into Love Live. She's pretending to be not into it. We have it in the clips that she's crying about Cuckoo. Layla's a fake Niji Kisaki fan. She likes Layla now. How could you, honestly, all of you? This is the most I've, like, giggled. It's like made puns in quite a long time. You don't do this kind of stuff that often in grad school. More often than you might think, but there was a very good class where we were talking about anime. I was very happy with how that discussion went. What's over here? I wouldn't be shocked if they threw me a bone with the save room. Or they just teased me with the power still being off. Fake. I was wondering if you were still listening, Robbie. I was actually about to make a joke. I was like, I'm sure you've all been enjoying like you've all been watching so intently this Metroid Love Live crossover. It must all just sound like blah 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 if you're not like into it. Like, and then she did this and then she did that and squeeze. See, that's the thing. I am at this point of like, yeah, I could be an entertaining like person. Like, I'm kind of witty, but at the same time, I don't need to appeal to a common denominator. I'm gonna get so niche with my puns that it takes a specialization to understand them. I won't restrain myself with appealing to audiences. Wild topics such as being understood and being understandable. No interest. I don't remember needing to be so serious in this fight. I'm kind of... don't think I really have an option in my order, but... maybe I don't often do it on the first night in which I'm playing Super Metroid in 2 months. Usually I warm up, which is proving itself to be a huge thing as I get way more comfortable with the controls. I think that's kind of why people sometimes forget that it's a clunky game, is once you get used to it, you can really get accurate with it, which is, like, pretty impressive. Man, you can get so accurate with Dread. Like, that is just one of, like, the most responsive action games I've ever played. Oh, I like Dread. Oh, that was stuffed. Do it again, sire. Oh, there we go. I don't know about dodging these, like, Hollow Knight stuff right here. I just keep getting caught. I can now aim up with it moving forward. That's good. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Oh wait, doesn't this make it work? Uh-oh. No! I don't know what to do! Oh, I had to... okay, I had to refill. I might lose the refill. No, come on! Give me a break. It's very clear I don't know what to do. No! That's like what every attack in Hollow Knight is. Like, it looks completely impossible, and then eventually you adapt to it and realize how to do it. They do both have Chisato. We're talking about Bang Dream. Season 2 for Superstar? It did seem kind of early, but it was kind of in that cynical way. I was like, no, this is going to get like as much as it can get, as fast as it can get. So I wasn't that surprised when I saw it. Homophobic Spider-Man moments. realize I can't just say homophobic Spider-Man moments and then not elaborate, can I? No! It's not recent homophobia. It's like some 2000 Spider-Man movie I saw a screenshot from. Spider-Man is always around. Yeah, the season 3s are a big question. I remember thinking Nijigasaki probably needed like a whole season for Shoriko based on how long it took in the Appity app. I was thinking about chapters. I was thinking about Burb saying like she's not gonna play Delta until they're all out. Oh my god. I mean, with luck, it'll be in under 5 years. That is 2027. That is... Like, we only have Spamton for, like, 2 more years. Like, you're gonna know everything about Deltarune Chapter 2. I am so glad we got given more. This did so much to make Deltarune its own thing, as far as I can tell. But you are going to hear every single element of Deltarune Chapter 2 and 1, like, before this year's over. There's no way. You can't stay spoiler free on that. Although you can form an emotional connection later, because that's what I did with Undertale. Not that I was into it from afar and like remembering spoilers as they came. I don't really remember what I knew about Undertale before I played it either, but I only played it last year, so I barely have any right to speak on this at all. But I fell in love with it last year, like many years after the popularity. And I mean, I knew like how the genocide route worked, which is pretty big. I knew a good amount of stuff, but again, I didn't have the context to care. But if you care, if you know the characters at all, you're gonna know everything. But again, even knowing the story beats, it just feels so much different to play those games, is what I feel. Because people kind of like beat certain jokes to death, and a lot of the jokes get online. But it just feels so different to actually play it. Like there's so many things that don't exactly translate to like the memes. Also, a lot of like Spamton stuff is genuinely like so... It's not irrelevant, because it's super interesting, but it's not the majority of the game, as you might be led to assume. I do remember seeing him jump out of the trash can, and it's I guess this is spoiling it for you now, but it's placed at such a weird, uncomfortable moment where I was like, this is something. I was like, this is weird. I don't like that I'm being cornered alone. Like, this is something. I kind of had a little inkling. But I didn't think he would be this popular. This disgust. Well, that's a very vague understanding. Reimu? Glasses. I don't super know. Green glasses. I mean, did they look like Falco? Son of a bitch! I literally can't blame the platforming because I'm holding on B to run instead of jumping. Like again and again. This is just my brain. I do like running to jump, but I gotta jump. There we go. No! Oh, Sans does talk about your mom. Spampton, G. Spampton, top-rated salesman, 1997. No! Chris! Friends? We don't need friends. Me streaming after 3 months of mostly saying nothing and just doing work like I've never done before. I just come out repeating spammed in quotes to myself. I didn't say I was gonna be entertaining. This is just my Twitter live, and that has become a very dry affair. Nice. No, thank you. That little robot pushed me instead of completely stopping me. I know. Yeah, you're not wrong. I was thinking that I did. I was thinking that I didn't have any save states, but I totally did. Okay, now I'm getting punchy. The thought did cross my mind. I'm like, we've been watching this for a... Oh my god. Yeah, nothing more needs to be said. There's just no reason. Wait, is this screen capture? No. Nice. I feel like the screen capture should be capturing, like, the file part, like the computer part of this window, but it's not, and I like that. The Twitter, the stream. They should have stopped 3 interpretations ago. Save game position. Sorry, I'm losing it. I'm losing it at, like, having that pointed out for me. This is what it would be if I was playing Celeste, though. Like, that is, like, you just watch a fucker do the same room for an hour. They call that grinding. We're grinding, except it is way too easy. It's not even me, like, really pushing myself to a new challenge. It's just a completely basic platforming section where I am just making the same misclick every time. It's 100% on me. I'm just completely distracted. I'm reading Layla the Twitter as, like, Knuckles the Echidna and Sonic the Hedgehog. They become a one. Okay. We are shooting this thing so hard. Oh, I don't have to hit the eye, like, remotely. That's great. I did kind of think I was missing something. But again, I haven't played this game in a long time. Relatively. We've been looking at this for an hour! That is so funny to me. Not that it's not your evenings, but you didn't sign up for a good time. You exclusively signed up for a long time. Yeah, I don't remember. I know one boss, like, you can't super missile. Like, it gets mad instead of doing more damage. But I really don't think it's this boss. Either way, those things aren't really that appealing. They're slow. There we go, there we go. This stream is only here to disillusion people who find this and, like, develop a parasocial relationship with me and are like, oh my god, I wish I could meet the real her. And then I'm like, Chris! Spampton, G. Spampton, top rated salesman, 1997. And I'm like, god, that's so funny, guys, right? I think we gotcha. That's not many missiles at all. Hello. You're super dead. Yeah, this is very Hollow Knight in the way that I'm actually starting to, like, speed up my processing in that, like, rhythm gamey bullet hell kind of way. Where I'm like, no, this isn't too fast anymore. I understand what's going on now. Ugh. See, that should just kill you. And I was right. No need to stick around here any longer. I once did this whole thing in 4 hours, like fresh off beating it. I sat down the next day and did this in 4 hours. It's been like 5. Layla the Tweeter. That's my species. Just in for the sake of having done a save state, I'm gonna do it again. My accolade. I just keep adding words onto that title. That moniker. Oh, I haven't been using the radar at all. This is a very nice thing. Yay. I'm getting very punchy. Everything's funny to me now. Huh. That's not a real wire. None of these wires are real. That always makes me laugh. Like, why does that not register in the radar? You can call me Layla S. Candy, Metroid, Esquire. Dr. Stardrop. That's what they'll call me. Dr. Candy. Look at those wires, they're not real. You don't have to think about them. Oh, this is a fun time. Ah! Get away from me! This thing is so... Lala. S. Lala. I don't know Metroid lore all that well. Well, now I know what I'm supposed to know because of Dread being encompassing of all of it, but there are pretty relevant, like, virus species, like, extremely relevant virus species in this game. And I don't really know if there's any relation with these guys here. I don't think so, but, it's not the only game where you're fighting little groups of the simplest form of life. This is a cool room. There's Metroids on the TV. This whole area is honestly pretty cool. I love the green electricity. So, I'm just gonna put this on the new channel. It'll be, like, linked on my Twitter or something, or you'll see it next time I stream. I'm just not gonna use this. Like, it's kind of fun going through, like, the wreckage of the YouTube, but, like, also really, really haunted. So, definitely not gonna be using this any longer. It's bad times. I mean, you know, good times, amazing times, but also bad times. So I don't see a need to keep uploading the VODs to this when I could use literally any other YouTube channel for completely free. So I won't do that any longer. But tonight, I wanted to do this, so I did it. No, I'm not actually gonna make content. Sorry. I talked about that because I was like, oh, you know, if I was gonna make content, I would do that. But now I've realized, I don't know if that's the hobby for me. Like, I genuinely don't know. What did I think I was accomplishing by stopping the moving platform? You know, like, maybe, like, way in the future I could do something, but, no, I just, I don't know. I'm just starting to, like, I was already, like, I'm gonna wait a long time, because if I do it again, I want to do, like, be really serious about it. Wait. 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 I was like, you know, I probably would want to wait till, like, grad school and I have time again, but the more time goes on and the more I imagine different things I could do, the more I'm like, I don't know that I actually want to do those things when I could invest in other hobbies. To be honest, I am kind of like, do I need to get any more online than I already am? Like, online life is awesome, but, like, do I really need anything more than my Twitter and friends? Like, not to be, like, an old person, but I'm just like, I don't really know that I want to make more YouTube channels and reach audiences and stuff the way that I used to think I did, because I've never actually done that, so I don't actually know how much I like that, and I'm just realizing, like, Are you kidding? Are you kidding? I don't know. I think I'm kind of walking in circles because I don't quite have the right words for it, but, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get back into it. I think I'm literally just gonna stream for, like, friends to hang out because I like doing this, and I don't know if I like or feel the need to do anything more. Putting this one in the Fin vault. No, this video itself I will link on the new channel because I think I'm gonna like watching these still. Yeah. I'm new old. I'm young old. I got all these boring life philosophies. They're getting in the way of me chasing clout and hype. I think also, like, on a more personal note, now that we've been, like, talking for hours, I'm a little bit, I don't know, I'm a little bit, like, skeptical of my own, like, motivations for even wanting to do stuff where I'm, like, super, like, putting myself out there and, like, making a brand and stuff. Because it's, like, it's not like I haven't had times in my life where, like, I was really, you know, I had a really good time in high school. Like, it was pretty bittersweet for trans reasons, but, I also, like, you know, had a really good time being looked up to by a lot of kids. Like, I've had some good experiences with, like, being kind of, like, popular and having an influence on people and that kind of stuff, and having, like, a following. It was, you know, I had a really good time in high school, so I do kind of wonder if it's kind of a maladjusted thing to, like, constantly be having new ideas for, like, ways to, like, kind of promote myself and be, like, a content creator and, like, a bit of a star online and stuff. Like, I don't know. I don't really know if I'm as much of, like, a people person as I thought I was. Also, is kind of an unfortunate thing I've been grappling with during a lot of my drama this year. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I want to, like, be involved in, like, a bigger community than I am, except for in, like, a really casual way. Like, I don't know if I would want to get involved with the kind of communities that I've been getting more involved with, like Metroidvania fans, when, like, I've kind of messed up pretty bad with boundaries and stuff, getting involved in different online communities, and I don't know, I'm just kind of realizing I'm pretty content with internet stuff, and I'm very skeptical of my motivations for wanting to have any sort of more following online. And I've already said that like 3 times while waiting for these scooter things, so I won't keep repeating it. Yeah, no one will ever see it. Well, anyone can from my Twitter. Shit! This is just silly. I want that missile tank. Nicely done. My body knows that it's 11. My heart does not. I still have so much Genki. I need to stretch. Yeah, genuinely, I still like being involved in online community stuff, so it may well be that I end up just being involved in projects with other people in the future. Are you joking? What is it, like, specifically locked behind a super missile? This is the most, like, fussy missile tank? Is this even the right scooter? I guess, yeah, but thinking I might be more happy doing content creator stuff as part of a team. Just in general lately, I've been like, I don't know if I should be wearing all the hats that I do, like when I was messing around with this channel. I don't know if I'm that good at all this different stuff. I don't even know if I enjoy doing all the different stuff involved in running a channel like this. Truly. Epi. My childish heart slept while I was doing work all fall. Now she really wants this missile tank. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you there. That is the thing, you know. Obviously, I had some bad friendships involved with this channel that fell apart and really tore a whole lot of stuff. But it was so fun. Like, it was awesome. I loved. You know, it was hard. It was very hard, actually, going through the motions to do all the tech troubleshooting and set up YouTube and stuff for this today. It's just very hard to get back into that. But now I know why this isn't coming. But it was so awesome to be able to do it. Like, I had so many good times doing this. I learned the skills really well. And I have so many good memories attached to them. I was also really lucky just like to have, you know, folks like you guys watching my stuff that I made. So many people I know were like, I'm gonna try content creating, and nobody goes to their streams. And you know, I as their friend could have been helping that, but I don't really go to streams much. I'm not too good. I know which of my friends are willing to sit in a stream and hang out with somebody, and which of my friends just come in to say hi and leave. And I'm in the latter category. I don't really watch streams that much, so even if I want to support my friends, I usually just end up coming in and being like, you know, keep doing it, like, you know, have fun, like checking in on what they're doing. But it's so hard. Like, I know a bunch of my friends have like done this kind of thing and had none of their friends turn up. It super sucks. So I'm really fortunate to not have been in that category ever. Damn. I'm gonna have a new theory on life if it takes any longer to get this missile tank. Stop that thing. Okay, no messing this up. That's the thing. So what really got me is, I'll be fully honest, I went to my group chat with like Lisa and Liz, and I was like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna start making videos again in January. And they were like, you sure? I'm like, don't do it if you don't wanna, sweetie. And I'm like, huh? I'm like, shouldn't you be hype? Like, isn't this like, shouldn't you be so excited? And you know, they didn't say anything negative. They were just like, you know, make sure you're ready. And I'm like, I've been so patient. I've been so patient. And then I stopped and I realized, like, I don't know. I guess one thing I haven't said while, you know, hammering on this point forever is, I feel like I did the worst, or I was enjoying myself the least, and it was the most, like, produced whenever I was trying to be serious. Like, I had a lot of fun producing some videos with, like, a lot of editing. Like, my 20 Games of 2020, I like rewatching that, but that wasn't something I did, like, for fun. That was something I did, like, as a project, and that's kind of what I think differentiates me from the YouTubers that I watch, is I like the end product. I like people talking about their feelings, but I don't know what goes on behind the scenes. I don't know how YouTube becomes a full-time job for people, and I don't really know how much work it takes to get through a lot of stuff. At the end of the day, it's just a hobby for me, so I think it's easiest and kind of path of least resistance to do stuff like this, where I have the technology to stream and I like doing it, and I'm not shy, and I can banter kind of well, so I do it. Son of a bitch! And it costs nothing to, oh god, we're safe stating. Yeah, I think that the point is, like, all of my friends, like, you know, those friends that I mentioned it to, were just like, I like it when you're doing nothing, and, like, there's no stakes. And I always talk myself into the point where there's, like, imaginary stakes, and I'm like, alright, I'm gonna push myself, I'm gonna do a new kind of thing, like, I'm gonna be real serious. And there's nothing wrong with that, but I think it's always when I kind of became the most fake, and I don't need to do that if I don't want to. Like, I guess what I'm kind of getting at is, like, I don't need to make it a thing. Like, this is very much, like, not a project. I'm just streaming Metroid. And that's kind of, like, it's fun to be able to do that, for sure. It was kind of a hoot, like, knowing I wanted to make a channel, because I was like, look at this, I'm getting so much better. It was kind of a hoot realizing that I had to make a YouTube channel again, because I'm like, this is not a YouTube channel in the way, like, the last one was. Like, this is not, like, a channel with its own identity and everything. This is just a place to put videos, which is not how I felt before. I really wanted to make something big before. And I think that was just kind of the child in me being, like, a little bit too ambitious in a place where I don't need to be. Where, frankly, my work ambitions are way too all-consuming for me to be that serious about anything else. Like, I just don't have that many serious bones in my body. Westbound turtle. I don't use they them pronouns. I might, like, that is a high key possibility for 2023, but I still use she her. Like, solo she her. Not to say that I haven't become non-binary as hell. Like, I forget that happened recently. Like, that happened so quickly. I went from being like, I could see that being a thing for me someday, to, like, it was like one random morning. I was like, think about it. And I thought about it, and I'm like, oh, I am not binary. And it was a big life improvement. Like, a lot of things that just weren't working out internally just kind of made sense. And I'm like, oh, well, now we're homebrewing. And I haven't really looked back, honestly. You know, it's complicated. What I most appreciate is the fact that there is no right way to be non-binary, especially the way that I view it. Like, it's specifically, it's like defining wilderness. I don't know. It's not actually a description. It's a range of many different things as far as I can tell, and in my own personal beliefs. So it is, like, I don't know. It definitely feels like I can exclusively define myself how I want to, and put down a lot of things that I didn't want to be defining myself with when I was perceiving myself and aiming to feel comfortable as a binary folk. Yeah, homebrewing is like the word for me. Also a gender. See, that's what it is. That's what it is. The authenticity is something I have been kind of really focusing on this year. Because I've definitely been having some identity crisis stuff. Like, it's been rough in my head. But I've really been trying to dig down and focus on authenticity. And I think I really did craft some ideas for channels that really aligned so much with me. But then when it became time to do them, I was like, man, I feel dry. Like, there's a frog in my throat. Like, I don't feel all that natural. So, I don't know. In part of a larger process of trying to just be more authentic in all of my life, I kind of had to catch myself and be like, it's not, like, you can't, if it feels like you're forcing it now, what is it going to feel like when you have 3,000 followers? And what is it going to feel like when you have 10,000 followers? If it feels like you're forcing it to get started, I don't know if that's the right thing to be doing. I truly, like, having this stream fall apart, or, you know, my initial plan fall apart was so good, because I was able to just, I mean, like, realizing my TVs were fucking with me, and realizing I could just play Metroid, I was like, yeah, that's awesome. Like, it was just such a, like, lazy, authentic thing. Like, yeah, that kind of is what I want to do. And then realizing, like, I didn't exactly have, like, a thumbnail. And I'm like, yeah, I don't really want a thumbnail. Like, the more authentic I am, the more lazy I am. And I probably shouldn't try to be any kind of pro YouTuber if that's how I feel. But that's just, you know, that's just an example. This is one of my favorite sequences. It has been so long since we got the last upgrade. I cannot believe how much dicking around I did. Thank you. Isn't it? Isn't it just? I've got a surprise. Gravity suit. We're purple. Ugh. Ta-ta-da! I love the gravity suit. I love the gravity suit. Oop. Here we go. No more slogging through the water. I think this is genius. This game doesn't, like, quote, drag you through the water all that much. Like, it doesn't force you to it too much. You saw me do it aplenty tonight because I fucked this up so bad so often. But, it feels so awesome. It feels so good. Purple time. Yeah, the flashlight radar is excellent. I love gravity. Let's go. Alright, I'm gonna show everyone the water world before I lose my motivation. This is definitely one of the nicest areas. Yeah, this is one of the early things where it's like, oh, we are a lot stronger now. It feels amazing. Again, it's amazing how the action in this game holds up. And you've seen how it doesn't, but when it does, And again, like if you've been really watching me do the same jumps again and again, you'll see I'm getting better and better at them in different ways with weird angles. So I still think the skill ceiling is pretty good, or at least like the benefit for getting warmed up. This time I'm gonna grab water, not pizza, so I won't be that long. Hello. We have fans of gravity in the house tonight. Do you like water? Can you explain what gravity has to do with water? Who did I voice? What kind of character? Not clickbait. A way to drum up interest in my YouTube channel that has been decidedly aimed not at anybody, and in fact has no ego attached to it at all. But if you want to find out that I voiced a character in Genshin Impact, you gotta click and find out. And like and subscribe. If you like water and tides, we are going to... I got water to get into the spirit. I got a glass of water. A deep one. And gravity. Water. Gravity suit lets us move through water freely. What is it? Is it gravity or is it density that keeps us from moving through water quickly? I don't fully understand what the gravity suit does, but it's supposed to be about gravity. So I really thought it was more about density, like that we couldn't move through water. Oh, really? I am not really an MMO person, and I'm also famously not that into Breath of the Wild, but Genshin Impact is so pretty. That's like very high on games that I would play if I had a better computer. I'm hoping it's like, I hope it gets better as time goes on. Like they keep improving it, so it's like worth checking in a couple years or something. But I haven't played it yet. I'm not really interested in another like larger game on this computer. Or playing it on my phone. Switch would be like, oh, okay, maybe, but still, I'm not that into MMOs, so I don't know if I'm like hurrying to play. It'd probably be a pretty big novelty for me, honestly. Unless it's like a story adventure gotcha. But like if it's like, get a very strong character and do raids with your friends and strategize. That's like, I've tried many times. That's not really my genre. Not that I wouldn't fuck around in it, but I just wouldn't like rush to play it unless it was like, I don't know, special occasion. That's really gonna help my clout. Nice gut. Cool. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. Density and viscosity. We have science. We have math. We as a chat can do it. That was cool. That was very fast what I just did. Can anyone tell me what kind of role Kokumi actually has in Genshin Impact? Because, like, from ads, from, like, whatever update she got added in with Ball, I kind of got the impression it was, like, choose a side, like, warring clans or something. But, like, all anyone talks about is Ball and her Ball. I've never said her name out loud. You know, Ball. Like, is it, like, does she have like an equal story relevance to those characters, or is she like a little bit less important? Because like I don't really see anyone talk about her like in my own circles. It may be for like horny reasons, or, like differences in sapphic horniness, but my friends only talk about like Sarah, her side of that story. You don't need to do gotcha. Well, that's kind of interesting. I don't know. I don't actually know what language that name comes from. Raiden. Yeah. Like, is Kokomi like a villain? Like, I don't know. I sure don't think so, but there seems to be some kind of conflict between those two. Hush. These guys are cute. I think what's really gonna be like the key difference between this YouTube channel and like prior installments is I'm trying to work on giggling less, which like I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with being a giggly girl, but I think I do it for like kind of like unintentional reasons. Like I don't know, I think I giggle a bit more than I actually want to, so I'm gonna see if that happens less. Like, giggling at my own jokes, like preemptively giggling is kind of like a big thing, I think, for the way that I communicate, but I don't know how much I actually enjoy it. I feel like it's kind of just like a reflex thing at this point. Layla no longer has the giggles. Oh, that's kind of how the design spoke to me. I thought maybe Purple Raiden was a villain. No, I thought based on the popularity that Purple Raiden was like your ally, and for some reason you were fighting Kokomi's like fish-themed army, which is a lot less intimidating than the Purple Lightning ones. Anti-vision degree. Thank you. That's good to know. I've done that for a long time. I think I have to laugh at my own jokes, because I often make them a little bit too, like, sniper bullet, and they don't often have the wide appeal that a good joke should have, so there's a chance that nobody laughs at it, but I'm always kind of shooting for, like, the people who do laugh at it, laughing at it really hard, so to fill in that gap, it might be important that I laugh to myself. Laughing to myself isn't necessarily something that I want to change, but, it's like constantly giggling. I feel like it's kind of like a defense thing. Man, we are getting into very specific self-improvement stuff in 2022. Thank you. No, I will. There's no getting rid of giggles. There's no getting rid of giggles, but I think their role needs to be like rationed a bit better. No, getting punchy is one of life's greatest pleasures. Don't get me wrong. That's gonna end up on the calendar. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think I need to use giggles to improve my own confidence with my jokes. Rather than, like, watering down. I don't know. I feel like it's, like, kind of a way of making myself feel more feminine and less, like, confident is a thing. But that's kind of, like, super personal. I don't know. Not that you can't giggle, but for me personally, for me personally, I feel like that's kind of what I'm doing when I think about it. That's not really what I expected. You... These are kind of nice crabs. Like, I don't specifically know why, but they're kind of nice. They're kind of cool. That's my only way forward. Oh my gosh. So, this is a phrase that I thought everybody knew, but I think it's actually very specific to like some people near where I live. And Google has kind of reinforced this as like a New England thing. It's something my mom, I think I've forgotten to ask my dad, but my mom always pointed it out. I think it does derive from punch drunk, which is like, you know, giggly, silly, like getting a little loopy, like drunk. But specifically punchy has always been when everything is funny to you, usually because you're tired, like at a sleepover around this time of night. On a night just like this, you start to get punchy, where like someone can say anything and you're all of a sudden like out of breath laughing, and like the dumbest inside joke like keeps going on, and no matter what you say, everything just slays you. It's like this like super daffy, like super giggly, like everything is just so funny to you. It is the best. And it is so funny that even not even leaving New England, but meeting more people from New England, nobody knows what I'm talking about. But like, I won't back down. I don't care. Like, this is an essential. I'll teach people. Because I haven't found another alternative word for it, and it's a real thing. Once you notice it, like, I don't think there's another word for it. Except for, like, you've got the giggles, which is also fine. Except contextually not now, because I'm working on myself. This is such a Metroid stream. These are the leaks. There was some in the water, and they looked a lot greener and leakier. Look at that thing go! I've only done the water area so many times. I kind of haven't appreciated these boys. I love this thing. I love how it's animated. For science. Oh, no, you're hurt. I thought you might freeze. I could observe you. I love these creatures. I hope you're getting some good music. The water area has a good song. It'll start soon if it hasn't yet. No kidding! No kidding! You know Punchy? We've never talked about this. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. Leaping leaks. Now that is fascinating that you know Punchy. Because I don't think we're in the majority. And I didn't think it was a New York thing based on, like, Google. What it said. But it definitely could have been that broad, and I was just like, oh, I bet it's here. I run the risk of doxing myself if I talk about the other culturally specific thing to here, but there's a kind of food that I always thought was universal that's actually specific to, like, not even New England or my state. Oh my god, I forgot about this thing. But, like, specifically where I live. Like, the towns where I live and my dad grew up. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, it is a popular cat villager named Punchy. Spikies. I love all these little animals. I'm definitely related to my sister. New to branch hours. I can't believe I tweeted this, but the protagonists of Disgaea 6 are like these little zombie kids who are like very kind of like brightly colored. And the main character Zed has one of his two horns broken, so it's pretty clearly a horn to me. But Biko's little sister is very small and pink and blob-like and has like pale skin, like gray kind of, and she's pink. It has a kind of like a flowy, no, not flowy, but like a kind of a natural shaped dress. I don't know what I feel, but she has both of her horns, so they kind of look like antenna, and she really looks like a sea slug to me. Like, I know she's not, but like she really looks like a little sea slug. Zed doesn't, but she's just so small and shaped. She kind of looks like a Shalloss Gajinka. But like not really changing Shalloss all that much either, because she's kind of like the size of a Shalloss. She just looks like a little mollusk. Kiki! That's the kangaroo. Something tells me I'm not getting far. I need to go back down. Whoops, I kind of... I'll just go myself down. Oh, I thought I could... Nope. my tags for like my good friends and like really like hyper favorite anime characters, and also Punchy the cat. I'm glad you brought that up. That's quite different. No, it's like a giggly tag. Tumblr is convinced that I tweet about Zelda more than like anything, and I really don't think that I do. It's like Kirby, Zelda. Wait, do I need more? Punchy used to be one of my biggest tags, but now it's like 5 brands. It's like Kirby, Zelda, Pokemon also. Like really, do I really reblog that much Zelda and Pokemon? I don't think I do. Then Deltarune I reblog a fuck ton of. You guys are just hiding, huh? I kind of needed you to... Am I good? I think I'm good, but they are being assholes about it. Like, how do I fight with that? Oh, fuck. Do I need something? How do I... Maybe if this guy would just get frozen. I haven't got a save in here. This is actually a pretty tight pinch. Ugh! How are you beneath me, though? This could go anyway. Come on, come on, come on. Yo, no, they're right beneath me. And I panicked and I missed my shot. Oh, yes, okay. Yeah, okay. Wow, we are survival mode. Oh, no. I thought I just needed gravity suit. Frick. Ay. I swear I can do this. Oh, jeez. We go back up. It was safer. Bleep. Oh, golly. Time to hunt those creatures that I praised the shape of. Or be hunted. Oh, I had a save. Let's not die. It's not often that resource management is a thing in this game, but it's really fun when it matters. Oh no, I'm gonna die. How did you know? Oh yeah, Vibes and Vaporwave are two of my tags. I'm the one listening to Vaporwave. Y'all are listening to the soundtrack. Oh good, I can farm. Yeah, like there's like 2 times a game where you'll have to farm enemies, but it's fun. It's fun when you really care about your materials. Famously loves grinding. Like I'll be honest, probably not going to be fun to get game recommendations from. I really like grinding, like, quite often. I'm grinding like hell in Shining Pearl, and it's a game everybody's complaining about being too easy. I just enjoy it. In a game like that, I just enjoy it now, for some reason. That's not exactly what I wanted. Okay, so I do kind of still want to save, but it's not really that important, so where was it that I got distracted from? I want everyone to point on the map where you think I was. Thanks for pointing. I didn't mean to pause it for that long. I was kind of wondering if somebody would be like, oh, I know. Yikes. That was a Metroid. That's so funny. That's so scary, actually. Win the Metroid. So, I think if I'm healthier, I can get through this area. It's just kind of like a time for now. And these guys are mean. Like, I don't know what to do. But they're not mean enough to stop me. Yeah, freeze and die, particularly. Oh, you are. You are enough to stop me. That's... Oh, no, you're not. No, you're not. I thought I just needed the gravity suit. That was like Samus's forward air. So much, actually. Famous move. I really like how the tall jump feels. How did I get the super tall jump? There we go. I know I've done this before, and it's like not worth it, probably. It's not easy. I'm not bomb jumping. Bomb jump, bomb jump. No! We'll come back to this. More later. Come on. I'll make me freeze one of these little varmints. People are like, this game is a faultless masterpiece. And then jumping out of the sand is 100% random. I need that leak to pause in the air again. What am I to do? What the fuck is a girl to do? I know this is the thing to do. I know it is. No, people are like, this game has no flaws. Getting out of quicksand is this. Well, it could be worse. Come on. Yay! Okay, yeah, literally. Just had to get it, friend. These dudes are adorable. And I did that to them. Wait, are you Josh and... Wait. Are you... Heck. Is this really a... What? I'm missing something. No! Really? Speaking block language. Are you joking? Why would that even be a... Why would I... power through this hallway for a glimpse of where I should be? That just doesn't seem right. Are you joshing me? I mean, to be fair, like, a little gimmicky. But, like, it really just feels like... Well, this feels far more gimmicky. There's nothing to freeze. Am I supposed to... This seems way more gimmicky to be, like, the way I'm supposed to be going. Okay. I'll wait. You know what I want? Shoot me up. I'm missing something. I'm missing something. I'm missing something. I'm not. What is this nonsense? Samus is thinking in the sand. Maybe it's just a bomb jump, but like... Oh, it's not. That's how I communicate. If you can't tell from all the like grunting. Holy shit! No questions asked. This continues to feel far too gimmicky to be the way forward. Angry Gamer ASMR. Well, if it makes you feel something, who am I to deny you? I think I'm sequence breaking, to be honest. This is bullshit. She just had to... It's like fully random, but I completely... She was just like, oh my god, what a gag. This feels like I'm kind of going through a back way. This controller is $25 per controller. There's no rumble, no wireless even. It's super clacky. It's like hollow, basically. It's super lightweight. I'm using a GameCube controller. This is Project M. Project M, like, casually removing the time limit on all of the Nintendo Legacy games. So you can just fucking play Ocarina of Time and Super Metroid in it. That'd be really funny. And, like, a hair more illegal, but whatever. No, this isn't Project M. This is Melee. 1994? It took a break from Metroid. The next game was Prime in like 2001. I mean what I said in my Twitter thread about Melee. It's situated in such like a pleasant part of my brain because I never interacted with anybody with it competitively, except for like one time where I learned a lot of the tech, so it's like nostalgic and kind of like crazy. Like it's like a very nostalgic private space still, because I never even watched competitive Melee much, so it like still feels like a abstract concept, kind of like we're playing two different games. Like, I know competitive Melee is a massive thing, but it's like a different game in my head, because I never like totally processed it's the one that I grew up with. And then I just like added like out canceling and wave dashing and stuff like that. It's just such a funny thing for me now. Oh my god, there's no way that was the way forward. But like, it totally was. I've only done this once. Are you? No. I guess this is the later part of the game. I almost could have fallen out of that. Where the bones am I? Oh, wait. I think I'm in a weird place, as evidenced by all of the weirdness, but I don't know, though. It's also starting to look like the way forward. This game gets weird at this point if it's the normal route. I thought you were gonna... There's a trick to this. Oh, it's super bombing. But like, there's another trick. Yes, there is. Yeah, I love this. Dirt front. I know. It's not random. It's just such a gimmicky window. A lot of diehard fans are like, no, the controls aren't bad. It's just wall jumping. Which, like, you've all seen me try to get out of sand. I think that's pretty weird. But wall jumping truly is. Like, I have gone through so many phases where I think I know the timing, and I never really do. It's just a weird feel thing. Look at this evil little snail. I think it has red eyes. It's like devious. Yeah, we're in the critter zone now. Oh, good golly. Me seeing any shape of block. Oh, brother. I knew. Oh, yeah. Yes. I found something weird, and I'm super glad that I did, because I forgot where it was, honestly. I'm pretty glad to have this, actually. I really do feel like no girl has both. Likes doing wall jumping, likes doing bomb jumping. Specifically, one of my friends never played Metroid, picked up Super, got just as obsessed with it as I did in September, played the whole damn thing. And another friend I got to play it also, so I'm like, hey, this game does still hold up. It worked for me, it worked for two of my friends. People still get into it. But one of us, she got into bomb jumping, and I'm like, but she didn't get into wall jumping. I'm like, oh, do a wall jump to get up there. She's like, no, I'm gonna bomb jump. I'm like, okay. We're not the same, you and I. Just don't like bomb jumping. I mean, I'm not that opposed, but it's pretty hard in this game. This just feels like a thing is here. Is it not a thing? Ball, spring jump. Boop. Thank you. Wow, that is a spring leap. I can't believe this sequence started with shooting yourself through that grappling hook hole. This is getting to the end game. I can just picture, like, I don't know if any of you have seen Soul Eater, but one recurring gag is the Excalibur face, where people meet the holy sword of legend, of fame, King Arthur's own weapon, Excalibur, and he's just like an absolute airhead who just like talks your ear off and like is just the most obnoxious character. And it always ends with every episode of him is like the characters like find the sacred sword, and it's like Sword in the Stone style, and they draw it and they're like, I'm the chosen one, and then it turns into this awful little moon man, and he just drives them crazy over the course of the episode. So whenever anybody is asked about Excalibur, they don't explain him. Just if they've met him, they just make this face of disgust, like, like, yeah, Excalibur. That's how you're all gonna be about Super Metroid. People are gonna be like, oh, Super Metroid's the best, and you're gonna remember me like falling off my grapple hook like 17 times in a row. Be like, Super Metroid. Yeah. Oh, why? You don't like Super Metroid? I'm like, no. Maybe I don't like Super Metroid. Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't believe I died. Fuck it, we don't need the spring jump. We literally are not going back for that. Oh my god. Oh my god, that was... Fuck. Fuck Super Metroid, I don't need it. Oh my god, I can't. It's like we've never been to Meridia. I feel like everyone's about to just stop watching. I swear I'm having fun. Oh my god, no, I'm not doing that again. That is a time you should not die. Because that jump's so bad. Now it's definitely a bonding experience. It'll be like a wistful look at the skies. You remember all of my like philosophies from 2021. Now she's canceling her subscription to Super Metroid. I'm like calling my therapist. And now you're playing. Now you love Super Metroid. It's okay. You'll be back next week. We'll get it next week. Oh my god, you're so fucking right. No, I would have deadass rewinded a lot of this in the SNES emulator. That's the best feature. Oh my god, you're right. I could do it one more time and do a save state, because I do like the ball jump. And it's not like what I did was that crazy after I got out of the thing. It's just I really left my heart in San Francisco on that one. I put a lot in to not get out. There's just some energy back there that's not coming back. Oh no. I love that. They just flash a Metroid at you. Lore-wise, the Metroids are supposed to be dead, like eradicated by our hands, but we saw them on the TV in like the cell haunted area, and that was a Metroid. You just find them in this area. It's super chilling. So this isn't even a mandatory... This room's crazy. Freaks. Come at me. Cowards. Okay, good night. Thanks for hanging out. It was very nice to have you around. think long and hard about this one. There we go. Oh. There's something to a full press and turning. Mm-hmm. Okay, okay. There's a science. Yoy. Hooah. 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 Hee. Hooah. 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 I just completely derailed myself. I don't know what I did to make the connection, but I remembered a tweet thread, or maybe it was on 4chan or something, like in a screenshot that was like leaked script of a trailer for the Donkey Kong movie by Illumination Pictures. It was like an AI generated like kids movie ad with like extremely like done to death basic kids animated movie jokes. I just like killed myself with like the memory of that. I don't know why that memory emerged while I was doing this. Fuck. Well, I was like almost understanding this even. Oh my god, yeah. I'm hysterical now. Oh my god. This is punchy. This is gaming. I love this damn game. Oh my god. Oh my god. Tears in my eyes. I'm really just jumping in the dirt. Oh, I'm gone. I need air. Yeah, it's like leaked script, Donkey Kong, Illumination Pictures. I'm literally jumping in the sand. There has to be something I'm missing. It is optional though. This is like a weird fucking upgrade. Oh my god, yes! This is like shiny hunting with my hands. Only to be greeted by a wall jump sequence with monsters that push me down. I don't think Juno is ever gonna play this game. Oh my god. There are tears streaming down my face. This used to be a YouTube channel. We used to be a country, a proper country. channel used to stand for something. Then I went to grad school. No, I'm just punchy all the time. Oh my god, that is so unkind. I hope you can just feel my love for this game. Playing like every dirty inch of it on like absolutely no like I'm still warming back into it, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do everything, like all of the hard shit. Like I wasn't doing this shit until I'd been playing the game for weeks the first time. It gets so much easier to do the wall jumps and stuff. Not that I think that's an excuse, like that's why I want this game remade. This shit is so fun. There's like very few games I can just like zone out and play this way. Sid while like sniffling from crying. Yeah, that's grad school. I'm glad to know. I think it's gonna be a 2-year-long liminal space. Opening up this stream to see this is such like the monkey like looking and then looking away meme. Like I'm just gonna close that stream. We don't need that on a Saturday night. The stream walked so the future ones could run. I'll use save states. I'll know what I'm doing instead of playing a game I haven't played since October, ostensibly. You awful, awful winged bastards. I played Metroid Super for 6 hours on Monster Energy, so you didn't have to. This is literally because the TV didn't work. I'm so blessed. Should get like a tissue. 1 second. was so rude to the legacy of this channel to make this stream. Like, I feel like I passed out drunk on its grave. Like, crushed all the flowers a little bit. I don't think I can go on much further. But I will get this spring jump. And I will never forget how to get spring jump because of this. Maybe so. That's funny. I literally just thought of Love Live Superstar trying to get the wall jump because we were talking about it when I was doing like a really tall wall jump. I like the idea that at first I was like, oh, my game's just gonna be background to like hanging out and talking, and now we're all watching on with like bated breath as like this game completely descends into madness. Like the first 5 hours were just like totally normal, and then it's like, is she okay back there? Like I started dropping plates and smoke started coming out of the kitchen. Definitely not gonna beat this area tonight. I learned like nothing, but I did burn into my memory where space jump is. And to use save states. That's so cruel. Also, how do I keep ending up... Oh, probably because of my save state is why I keep ending up with the grapple hook open when I get up there. Not that I should really be shooting them while I'm moving. I just need to get lucky, I think. I don't think I really have time to fight them. It's such an evil, evil section. Like, truly, this is one of the weirdest things in the game. It's funny how often I fall. In a very particular use of the word. You can imagine me as a fighting game player if you understand that, like, it's always kind of been inherent to me to zone out and keep making the same mistakes again and again. Like, I'm not kidding. I wasn't very good at that, despite the investment. Yep. That's punchy. If nothing else, this was a great lesson in what it's like to hear somebody get really punchy. These bugs are so unkind. Thank you. See, that's the kind of support I need going into 2022. I need people to understand that I'm in my disaster arc, and that's wholesome and valid. People need to normalize having a disaster arc in grad school. Frankly, I don't think people on this site talk about that enough. Yes! Oh my god, all of you, die! All of you! Oh my god. Thank you. Save. I know. It is like a very good example. I can't get over the fact that there is a way to miss this. If I step to the left of that green guy, I would just fall through and have to redo it. Like, that's brutal. So I think this guy is actually just immune to the bomb. So I don't have to worry, because there's no dodging him. No, you just need to trust in your retired pro gamer Layla. I'll get it through in a couple weeks of doing this routinely. There's nothing like old Layla's Super Metroid streams. We get it done, or your money back. We'll give you your money's worth. Wink. I swear to God, the Robo Snail here like doesn't exist anywhere else. I really don't think this dude with the legs does. Which actually makes me very curious about this haunted area. Like, I really don't know if they are from around here. I mean, there's two right there, but... This is why I'm not becoming a YouTuber. Is that I need permission to just unravel. I can't have a reputation. Spring ball. Spring ball, my angel. Alright. I'm probably never gonna play this file again. But damn if I don't spring ball my way out of here. Look at me go. Splishing and splashing. Lovely, really. Oh yeah, I should probably go to bed. I don't know how long it's gonna take to actually fall asleep. Well, thank you all for hanging out. From the bottom of my strange little heart. I was ready to just play in silence. I didn't know anyone was gonna come hang out. It's been so long. So thank you. You're doing a great service to the future of this channel, which is to be terminated and then not grow, but rather be filled with memories. And boy, if I didn't scar everyone with the platforming in Super Metroid. Layla's Super Metroid runs. You'll remember it. And that's all. That's all you can really say about it. Good to see you again, Springball. See? You'll remember it or your money back. That's what I've always said. I cannot believe I died in this section. And Juno was like, well, I'm heading out. Can I get it? Okay. Well, apparently I can. I've got nowhere to be, though. I'm not gonna beat this section, and I'm just gonna replay this game for a fourth time if I stream it again. So this was something. I'm really happy. Yeah, I hope I hope my exhaustion or whatever. I hope my deep irony doesn't make it sound like I wasn't having fun, you know? I just haven't done commentary in a long time. No, big appreciated. I really like, I'm really glad to have done it, and, I'll do even less production next time. Same shitty ROM, no game recorder, no TV, no external hardware at all. Same one song on the getting a drink of water pause menu, and yeah, you're gonna get no additional production value. Thank you. That's the thing. I have to accept the void in order to move forward as an entertainer. I have to accept that I'm entertaining a room of 2 people in order to truly blossom. Good night, everybody. Good night, Robbie. Good night. I'm just saying Robbie because I already saw the other two right there. Good night, Robbie. Good night, Noreen. Good night, Burb Knees. It was very, very pleasant to see you all. I'm not crying. My nose is just, you know. I was just punchy. I was just punchy when I made the last video on this channel. Good night. Don't let the door hit you on the way out.